President of Pertubuhan Architect Malaysia, Dato Architect Zulhari Mat Zain, Chairman of PAMCPD Education Development Committee, speakers, distinguished guests, and participants. Welcome to this PAMCPD seminar, an event organized by PAMCPD Education Development Committee in collaboration with the CPT Committee. My name is Architect Nicole Lee, and I'm your MC today. On behalf of the organizer PAM, it's my honor to welcome you to the event today. Please be advised to scan the QR code outside the registration counter to record your presence for the event, and this will be your proof to claim your CPT points. Before we commence with today's enlightening session, let us honor our country with the singing of national anthem, Negaraku. Please rise. Please be seated. Allow me to read some housekeeping notes for you. For the time being, first, to evacuate the building, please use the exit by the nearest staircase, following the exit signage and obey all the instructions given by the fire warden. Remember to avoid using lifts. Second, kindly switch your mobile phones to silent mode, or better yet, switch them off for your full attention throughout our event. Third, if you are unwell, kindly advise you to wear face masks during the event as a courtesy to other participants. And lastly, at this event, we only offer an open buffet. Now, I would like to invite our chairman, Dato Architect Zulhari Mat Zain, to deliver his welcome remarks.
Thank you, Nicole, our MC for today's seminar. Assalamualaikum and very good morning. Yang Berusaha Architect Dexter Koh, Deputy President of Pertubuhan Architect Malaysia, PAM office bearers. Is there any office bearer here? And then also the council member, distinguished speakers, esteemed guests and participants. My name is Zulkhairi Muhammad Zain, the chairman of the PAMCPD Education and Development Committee. It is my pleasure and honor to welcome you to the annual ADR in Construction Seminar Series, and organized by ADR Education and Development Committee. It is a great feeling to see all of you gather in this hall this Saturday morning to listen to talk by our distinguished speakers. First and foremost, I wish to extend my heartfelt thanks to the members of the organizing committee for this seminar. And this event would not have been possible without the tireless effort of my co-chairman, Architect Chu Heng Huat. He's somewhere here. Architect Chu Heng Huat and Architect Chung Pui Jin. and also Architect Nicole, our MC, and also the PAM Project Officer, Puan Nur Suryati Sulong, over here. And they have been working very hard in one way or another for the last 2 months to ensure the seminar goes as planned. Congratulations to the organizing committee, and please join me in giving them a round of applause. Today, we are here to delve into the intricacy of the Alternative Dispute Resolution, or we call it ADR, particularly in the context of PAM Contract 2018. ADR is a method of resolving legal dispute without resorting to the courts. It encompasses various techniques such as arbitration, adjudication, mediation, and expert determination, where a neutral party assists the disputing parties in reaching a settlement. These methods are often preferred for several reasons. They can provide solutions that better suit the parties' need and interests, and they ensure that the parties adhere to the agreed terms after the resolution. So with its complex project and numerous stakeholders, the construction industry is particularly prone to dispute. Traditional litigation can be time-consuming, costly, and also adversarial, often leading to strained relationship. ADR offers a more collaborative and efficient approach to resolving disputes, which is why it has become an integral part of the construction industry. So our seminar today will feature 4 distinguished speakers who are well known in Malaysia's construction dispute resolution fraternity, and each speaker will provide insight into ADR from different angles and perspectives, and focusing on the PAM Contract 2018. Firstly, we have Ms. Shanti Abraham of Shanti Abraham and Associate. Ms. Shanti is a seasoned practitioner, I would call it, in the field of ADR, and will share her expertise on the role of mediation in resolving construction dispute. As many of you already know, mediation involves a neutral mediator who facilitates discussion between parties to help them reach a mutually acceptable agreement. And Ms. Abraham will highlight the benefit of mediation and provide practical tips on effectively engaging in the process. And next, we have Architect David Cheah Ming over here, next to Ms. Abraham. An architect and also adjudicator and also mediator and arbitrator. And education is a relatively quick process where an adjudicator decides on the dispute, which is binding unless and until it's overturned by arbitration or litigation. So Architect David will provide an overview of the adjudication process under the PAM Contract 2018 and discuss its advantages and also limitation. And then following after Architect David Cheah, we have Surveyor H.T. Ong. Yeah, Surveyor H.T. Ong. He's an experienced quantity surveyor, arbitrator, adjudicator, and he will explain what else. He has so many things on his belt. Okay, Architect Surveyor Ong will discuss the arbitration process under PAM Contract 2018. Arbitration involves a neutral arbitrator who hears evidence and argument from both parties and then makes a binding decision. So Surveyor Ong will explain the arbitration procedure, the selection of arbitrators, and the enforcement of the arbitral awards. Lastly, we have Ms. Shanti Supramaniam over here, who will speak on the expert determination. So this method involves an independent expert who decides on a specific issue within the expertise. And Ms. Shanti will explain how an expert determination can be used effectively in construction dispute and the type of issues that are best suited for this method. So in conclusion, today's seminar aims to equip all of you with a comprehensive understanding of the various ADR methods available under the PAM Contract 2018. So by embracing ADR, we can resolve dispute more efficiently, preserve business relationship, and ultimately contribute to the growth and sustainability of the construction industry. I would like to thank all of you again for joining us today, and I hope you find the seminar informative and engaging. Let us make the most of this opportunity to learn from our esteemed speakers and each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dato' Chairman. It's a wonderful introduction. Next, I would like to invite our Deputy President of Pertubuhan Malaysia, Architect Dexter Koh, to deliver his welcome speech.
Thank you, Nicole. Selamat pagi and a very good morning to the organizing committee of today's seminar, headed by the Chair of PAM ADR Education Development Committee, Architect Datuk Zukairi Madzin, his co-chair, Architect David Chu Heng Wat, together with Architect Chung Pui Jin and Architect Nicole Lee, who has to do also MC work today. So, you know, our distinguished guests and speakers, Ms. Shanti Abraham, Surveyor Ong Hock, Architect David Cheah, Ms. Shanti Supramaniam, and our esteemed participants in the audience. Welcome to PAM Center, the home of Malaysian architects, and whose mission is to promote the advancement of architecture and the architectural profession for the betterment of society. And welcome to the seminar, Navigating Alternative Dispute Resolution in PAM Contract 2018. As the author and custodian of the PAM form of contract since its first edition in 1969, it is PAM's role and obligation to promote and educate our members, users of the contract, and the public at large to foster the understanding of alternative dispute resolutions, or ADR. Brought to you by PAM ADR Edition Committee in collaboration with CPD Committee, this half-day seminar aims to introduce and explore the methods of ADR available under the PAM form of contract and their practical applications in construction projects. Our panel of speakers will highlight the importance of understanding ADR processes and its resolutions for contracting parties and construction industry players and stakeholders. The importance of ADR in construction is underscored by challenges in construction projects arising from the complexity of construction projects and the potential of disputes arising from issues such as delays, cost overruns, quality concerns, and contractual ambiguities. Furthermore, the benefits and advantages of ADR over traditional litigation is underscored by its cost effectiveness, speed, confidentiality, and the preservation of professional relationships. The ADR mechanisms in PAM contract include arbitration, adjudication, mediation, and expert determination. With such an esteemed panel of speakers giving their insights on these alternative dispute resolution mechanisms, this seminar presents a tremendous opportunity for all of us to learn from experienced professionals and experts in their field. And I would encourage participants to actively engage in today's seminar, ask questions, and share your experiences. As I end my address, I would like to thank the organizing team of Datuk Zul, Daniel, Puijin, Nicole, and Sriati for their tireless efforts, and the panel of speakers, Ms. Shanti Abraham, Surveyor Ong Hock, Architect David Cheah, and Ms. Shanti Subramaniam for their contributions. And last but not least, on behalf of PAM, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to Naus Berhad for generously sponsoring today's CPD event. Can we give them a big round of applause, please? Thank you. So I will take my leave to let the show begin, and I hope you have a fruitful Saturday morning. Thank you.
Thank you to our Deputy President. So for Architect Dexter, please stay on the stage. Now, we would like to invite the Chairman, Dato' Architect Zuhairi Madzin, to the stage to accompany the Deputy President to present the Certificate of Appreciation to the speakers and organizing committee members. Please welcome speakers. Please welcome the speakers, Ms. Shanti Abraham. Please welcome Ms. Anisha Kochi. Okay. So we'll skip the next. Architect David Cheah Ming Yu. Surveyor Ong Hong Tek. Ms. Shanti Supramaniam. We also have a certificate of appreciation to the organizing committee member, Dato Architect Zulhari Madzain. Architect Chu Heng Huat. It's not here. Okay. So Architect Chong Pui Jin. Oh, yeah. Okay, and lastly, Architect Nicole Lee. So for the rest, please remain on the stage for group photos. Thank you to all speakers and organizing committee members. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed with the first paper presentation, we wish to thank our sponsor for today's session, Knauf Sdn Bhd, for their support towards this seminar. Without further ado, please welcome Ms. Hailey from Knauf for a short presentation.
Good morning, everyone, to the PAM committee member, distinguished speakers, PAM members, and guests. I guess you guys have quite a very heavy day towards the rest of the day, so I guess that will be your main meal. Please consider me as your appetizer. Okay, I'm Hailey Ismail and I represent Knauf Aqua Panel for Southeast Asia. It is a pleasure to be here today and to have the opportunity to share with you the innovative aqua panel technology during this CPD seminar. Over the next 50 minutes, we will explore the cutting-edge features and benefits of aqua panel and how it can revolutionize your projects. Without further ado, let's dive right in. Okay, let's understand a little bit about the product structure, system concept, and what sort of market segments it can be applied to. So let me introduce Aqua Panel. Okay, Aqua Panel is actually a cement board. It is coated with glass fiber mesh all around, and then these unique combinations offer superior strength and resilience, and it absorbs water but doesn't swell. So that may not be the understanding that you have previously when you understand fiber cement sheetboard. So fiber cement sheetboard may not be as resilient towards water, whereas ours, as you can see here, it is fully submerged in water. It does not lose its dimensional stability. Okay, so water will absorb, but it will also evaporate and it will remain its shape. So our boards come in a standard size of 1.2 by 2.4 with a 12.5 mm thick. So this feature of it has along the short side it is square edges, but along the long sides, the long ends, it comes reinforced with a smoothly easy edge finish. So this enables easy installation and also durability. So Aqua Panel stands out with its advanced technology and reliable performance. Aqua Panel is versatile and can be applied to any various buildings, including sports facilities. How? It's durable, and it's moisture-resistant solutions for arenas and gyms. For hotels, it enhances the ambience and also functionality with its versatile options. Public buildings, it ensures safety and sustainability in schools, hospitals, and government facilities. Office buildings, as you can see here, it can feature flexible design and efficient construction for modern workspaces. And residential buildings, it offers thermal insulation and moisture resistance for comfortable living spaces. These segments demonstrate the adaptability and reliability of Aqua Panel in diverse construction projects. So let's understand the features and benefits of Aqua Panel cement board and applied systems. So Aqua Panel technology offers outstanding features, so including 100% water resistance, as you can see from this little sample here. So this, it offers dimensional stability, superior resistance to moisture, weathering, mold, and fungus. So as you know, cement is cement inherent property. It does not promote any fungus growth. It's durable from Portland cement. Design flexibility for curving. So as you know, mostly fiber cement sheetboard can't curve, but ours can curve. And it's safe and hygienic use for healthcare, and highest non-combustibility standards and high impact resistance. As you can, So as you can see here, it is A1 non-combustible. That's the highest in terms of non-combustibility. Okay, as architects and designers, you would appreciate materials that can meet your design challenges. So as a whole board, it comes in 1.2 by 2.4. It can curve to 3 meters. But when you segment it, it can curve down to even to 1 meter. So this gives you an design flexibility to any design ideas that you have. Aqua Panel offers a wide range of finishing options from paint to rendered finishes. So it can support the weight of adhered materials like aluminum cladding and more. So providing great flexibility for your design needs. So in essential, Aqua Panel can be applied to 2 system types. The first one is a cladding system or rear ventilated facade system. That's how we call it. More commonly known as wall cladding or wall facade. And the second one, which is this, is a single stud system. As you can see from here, okay? So paired with our KNAV framing profiles, it can configure as a single start system external drywall. So based on specific wind speed and building heights, we designed the required framing profiles to support the structure. So the typical construction of an external drywall. So the profile will provide as a skeleton. Then comes the external board. So before the external board, you have a water barrier membrane to mitigate any water issues. And then you will close it off. You close the boards, the joints. You do the joint treatment with joint tape and also joint filler. And then as a final render, as a skimming treatment, we have the exterior base coat with the mesh. So these two systems will help you to mitigate any micro-facial cracks on the system. Okay, and then on the interior side, typically it finishes off with a gypsum board. Okay. In addition to it as a drywall application, cement bed can also be applied on a horizontal element, such as an exterior ceiling. So it utilizes the same canal framing profile with the same jointing treatment and also skimming techniques as per the external drywall installations. Okay, Aqua panel is certified for top safety and environmental standards. It's non-combustible, classified as building material class A1. Bomba class O is in progress, inshallah by next month. Yeah, to meet the fire performance standards of BS 476 Part 6 and 7. We have the health and building biology cert to certify as free of VOC and ensuring safe indoor air quality. So when we say safe indoor air quality, it does, so during the construction of it, we do not have any silica content that is harmful when you breathe it in. So additionally to that, we have the EPD and also the LCA, and it's recognized as a Singapore Green Building Product. So these certifications confirm Aqua panel as safe, sustainable, and performs. Okay, let's look at some project references available within the region. So here's an example of a drywall construction called Marco Cave in Beijing, China. So this was a renovation of an old shopping mall by an architect who personally took it into his wing and transformed it into a modern high-end furniture and art center. He envisioned a series of these. You see all these external flipped wall that is flipped at the top? So these flipped vertical panels, we help him realize using these boards, which is the outdoor boards. And then it's a series of concave and convex within the same plane. So similarly, internally, we use the Aqua panel cement board indoor. This is another project which is called Cadillac Experience Center in Shanghai. It's an example of a wall facade construction with aluminum cladding to show that it can receive adhered materials. So Aqua panel was applied as a substrate to receive the aluminum facade cladding. Okay, now let's look into why Aqua panel cement board system and what makes it an alternative to conventional construction methods. So past slides has demonstrated that Aqua panel board provides design flexibility and finishing options. The technology makes it 10 times lighter. Due to its lightweight, it's 6 times faster in construction. Aqua panel attributes to 50 times less energy used in its manufacturing process, provides faster payback during construction and higher return on investment. We have 20 years track record proving it as a durable solution, flexible system performance, provide less headache for both architects and developers, and it has less maintenance cost from crack and water penetration issues. So Aqua Panel offers unparalleled design flexibility. It supports numerous finishing and coatings, allowing you to achieve any desired aesthetic, whether with paint, render, or custom coatings, ideal for non-structural decorative elements. Aqua Panel is perfect for creating stunning facades and intricate architectural details without the need for structural support. So one of its standard features is its ability to be curved, bending radius of up to 3 meters at full board size, enabling dynamic and flowing designs. With Aqua Panel, the only limit is your imagination. So Aqua Panel offers a lightweight exterior wall structure up to 10 times lighter than traditional options. So this significantly reduces your structural costs and avoids the need of reinforcement during refurbishments. Its flexible system design can be tailored to local wind load requirements, and the flexible metal frame design provides excellent seismic resistance. So the exterior wall construction is up to 6 times faster than traditional methods. All drywalls and facade work is handled by a single trade, simplifying the process. It is only by score and snap technique, eliminates the need for pre-drilling, making handling easier. Plus, we can close the building envelope immediately after joint treatment, speeding up the overall construction timeline. So this approach enhances efficiency and accelerates project completion. So we reduce energy requirements by 50% during manufacturing. Our materials are 30% more energy efficient, leading to lower CO2 output in production. We also prioritize materials efficiency with Aqua Panel cement board outdoor, achieving a service life of 50 years and incorporating up to 10% recycled content. So additionally, we are committed to protecting occupant health by ensuring superior air quality and combating moisture. So these advancements reflect our dedication to a greener, more sustainable future. With faster payback and higher return on investment, it significantly boosts financial outcomes. The shorter construction duration leads to lower costs, and the accelerated build process further cuts expenses. Thinner and lighter wall construction, as you can see here, translates to increased rental potential and space gains. Additionally, our method substantially reduces structural costs. Together, these factors contribute to substantial financial benefits in both construction and property value. So, Aqua Panel drywall system has many performance attributes due to its lighter structure and ductile behavior of its. It is good option for earthquake-prone areas. So the system makeup is a weather-resistant configuration. It provides water tightness against water seepage from rain, and at the same time designed to withstand wind pressure. So tested for fire resistance, superior thermal performance, has low U value, and thus provides energy saving. Excellent acoustic performance through system makeup. So Aqua Panel features a lower U value, meaning it provides superior insulation and reduces heat transfer more effectively. So this translates to better temperature control within the building. In terms of energy use, Aqua Panel significantly uses the energy reduces the energy required for cooling. So it's high insulation, minimize heat ingress, leading to lower cooling demands and reduced energy consumption for air conditioning. So this makes Aqua Panel not only a more efficient choice, but also a cost-effective one in terms of long-term energy savings. Okay, let's look closely at a presentation of a case study that we have here. So this is a case study in Tobalaba metro station in Chile, Latin America. So this project is by Territorial, designed by Con Penderson Fox, a project that utilizes about 100,000 meters square of Aqua Panel cement boards. So So this is the conceptual model envisioned by the architect, which consists of a series of curved vertical panels along one side of the tunnel of the station prior entering to the train station. So this was the initial sketches and design review of the general strategy in approaching the design development of the tunnel's envelope. So taking the blueprint of the flat cement board, they segmented it and studied the possibility of curving the board within the same plane. And then came the study of the building structure to form the curvature of the boards. So from the sketches and studies, they built the mock-up of the substructure, as you can see here, and laid the segmented panels, applied the joint treatment and between the boards and reinforcing it with the surface with mesh and rendering it smooth and with an exterior base coat. So here was the final mock-up product, and in which they brought to the design to the to conduct installation demonstration along with the training of the installers at site. Then the process of construction took place with the substructure, securing the board segments, treating the segment by segment, treating the joints and the entire surface of the board with mesh and render, and moving from panel to panel to the final product. Thank you. We're just outside there, so if you need any further explanation or any Q&A, we'll be happy to take it over there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hailey, for the presentation. If you have any queries for the product, please approach to the booth outside of the hall. So now, let's begin. We will now proceed with paper presentation by the invited speakers. We begin with the first paper by Ms. Shanti Abraham, titled Mediation in the Construction Industry. Ms. Shanti Abraham is a lawyer of nearly 30 years standing. She is called to both the Malaysian and Singapore bars. She is the director of IGAB, the Malaysian branch of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators. She has an active corporate and dispute resolution legal practice in Kuala Lumpur. Shanti is an arbitrator, mediator, and adjudicator with various institutions in Malaysia and overseas. Shanti is an international mediator with Singapore International Mediation Centre, where she is a principal mediator and trainer. She helped design and manage the Malaysian government COVID-19 mediation program previously, and she's now part of the working group looking at the Madani mediation program. A part of this, Shanti was recently appointed to the Pro Tem Committee of the AIAC Court of Arbitration. Please welcome Ms. Shanti Abraham.
Very good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank the PAM Organizing Committee for this invitation and this incredibly warm welcome. First time I've gotten my certificate of appreciation before I've spoken. So thank you for that. And it was my pleasure to kickstart this program this morning. We are going to go through what Dato Zul has described as the alternative dispute resolution options. Now, just to put things in perspective, about 10 years ago, ADR, there was a push to reframe ADR as appropriate dispute resolution to encourage users to find the most appropriate way to solve their problems. But 10 years on, we still haven't got that term to stick. So if you hear appropriate dispute resolution, that was something that was actually born in Malaysia, but we're trying to move it forward when we look at problem solving. Now, before I begin, I just want to get a sense of the room. How many in the room have participated in a mediation? As a witness, as a counsel, as an advisor, as an expert? Okay, so I know one person, but the person has not put up the hand, but it's okay. Now, so I'm going to be starting my presentation today assuming that mediation is a new concept for everyone in the room. Right. So we'll just skip past the speaker profile. Now, I want to just set a frame of the dispute resolution options that are presented when a dispute arises. You have mediation, where, as you heard earlier, a neutral sits and listens to parties and helps the parties find a solution they both can live with or three parties can live with. The mediator does not make a decision, but helps to navigate the parties as they try to find a solution themselves. Now, adjudication is, in a summary, rough justice, where an adjudicator listens to the parties within a specific time frame, and you'll be hearing more about this from David Cheah later. And a decision is given, which in theory binds the parties who are in that adjudication process. If you're familiar with CIPA, that's what CIPA is all about. And then you have arbitration. So for those of you who understand that or have watched enough TV with lawyers featured, you will know that what is usually displayed is litigation, where you have a judge sitting while lawyers present their cases, and then the judge pronounces a decision. Now that is usually in a public setting, and that is in court. And arbitration is something similar, but it's in a private setting, and the proceedings are confidential. So one thing that let me just have a sense, how many are architects in the room? Almost everyone. Okay, so something all you architects should be very proud about is that 100 years ago, and we're in 2024, we're talking about 1924, but 100 years ago, people from the construction industry, architects and surveyors, realized that litigation was not good for the construction industry. It just took too long to solve problems, and so arbitration was conceived to find solutions which would enable parties to proceed, right? And over the years, arbitration has evolved. Today we have where many professionals are involved in arbitration, commercial side, construction side, but architects, you were part of the first thinkers for swifter solutions, more efficient solutions in arbitration. Now, as the years have gone on, we have other features on how problems can be solved. There is something called neutral evaluation, and that is where a problem is given to one person. You can have binding neutral evaluation. The person sits as, it can do it through documents only, or they will just make an evaluation which is non-binding. Now, some of this, I'm going to be overwhelming you with different terms, but the idea is to know that today there is a buffet of options when you have a problem. Court is not your only solution. The other part where I think architects are going to have a role to play, if you develop it, is expert determination. And that is where you bypass judges, you bypass lawyers, and you might go straight to an appropriate expert and ask the expert to determine an issue. Usually it is framed in a very, very specific way so that the person can answer the question very clearly. And of course, last but not least, if all else fails, then you head to the courts and you start your journey. And I say it's a journey because our court systems are built on multiple layers. You start at maybe High Court, then you can move on to the Court of Appeal, and then you end in the federal court where you will develop the law. Or rather, the parties will develop the law. But the outcome is still the same. There is one winner and there is one loser. And that is the model for litigation, arbitration, and anything which requires a third-party decision maker. So we circle back to the point that, oops, sorry, I'm circling backwards. So we circle back to what I am here to share with you today, and that is, what is mediation? Because the idea in mediation, especially when people try to encourage people to come and train, they say, it's to help people have a win-win situation. Have you ever heard this? Win-win? But I'll tell you what we learn in advanced mediation. It's not so much win-win. It is lose less, lose less. All right? And in today's presentation, I'm going to demonstrate to you a little bit of what we see in mediation and share a couple of stories from the battleground that I have been involved in. All right? So first, what is mediation? The 101. Mediation is firstly a voluntary, confidential and flexible process. It means that the parties in a dispute, as angry as they are with each other, maybe don't even want to see each other's face, still agree that they will use mediation to try and find a solution to their problem. It is confidential. Malaysia is ahead of the rest of Asia because we have a Mediation Act in 2012. And our confidentiality of what happens in a mediation is protected by statute. And therefore, whatever happens in that mediation stays in that mediation, settle or not settle, as long as there's no criminal element, there is no, that you can't disclose what happened in a mediation. And when we say it's a flexible process, what it means is this. You can have the parties in the room, you can have the parties online, you can have them hybrid, and if they don't want to see each other's faces, you can have them in different rooms. You can have them coming at different times of a day. And I hope I'm capturing your imagination, and I'm just reminded as I'm telling you this, that the very first construction mediation that I did more than 10 years ago was thanks to the wisdom of an architect. And the reason why this architect referred a matter for mediation was because he found himself in the unenviable position of being called as a witness between an employer and a main con. And he did not relish the idea of being called as a witness, waiting to be heard in court, and he thought that perhaps mediation might be the answer. And the answer was we got to a solution. All right, I'll tell you that story towards the end of my presentation. Now, in a mediation, the person who is appointed to facilitate, or sometimes it's two people, is a mediator. And this person is a neutral. They make no decisions, they give no advice, and what they do is they listen to the issues, they listen to the facts, help the parties identify the issues, help to understand where there is a process problem, a people problem, or a problem-solving challenge. And once they have identified those issues, a trained mediator will be able to navigate the parties through those issues and encourage the parties not to give up when they hit an impasse. One person says apple, someone says orange. They seem like different fruits, but that may not be the key issue. And a mediator is trained to be able to identify where the impasse has taken place and help the parties cross the impasse towards a solution. Now, in Malaysia, as I said, the mediation process is governed by statute. In fact, it was the original draft was visionary. That meant that you could take a mediated settlement agreement and convert it into a court order. Unfortunately, 12, 13 years ago, some people didn't like that, so they took that out. Singapore had put it into theirs in 2017, and now when we are revamping the Mediation Act, we're going to put it in. So every time I speak in Singapore, I say, when you see that, we're not copycatting you. We thought of it first, except that we had a bit of problem getting the legislators to see the wisdom of getting a mediated settlement agreement done by a sufficiently senior mediator, converting it into a court order. All right? Now, so one of the values of confidentiality in a mediation is this. The parties are able to share with the mediator their thoughts, even their opinions about their other side, and the mediator does not convey that. They use that data to understand where the problems have taken place. Are we good? Okay. Where the problems have taken place. And to be able to overcome some of the people problems. And you know, a lot of times in disputes, when you drill down to it, it is a human problem. And when it is a human problem, it sometimes seems overwhelming. But that's where the role of a neutral comes in, to be able to help the parties step away from the problem and aim for higher goals. So why mediate? Why come up with a concept of mediation? You heard Dexter speak about this earlier, as well as Dato' Zul. Speed. One of the things that is part of the magic of mediation is that it can be done at the party's timeline. I have been appointed on the 26th of a month to mediate a matter on the 5th of the next month. You count how many days. And in that particular case, this is part of the new innovations we are seeing. The party said, we will try and mediate for 1 week, from the 5th to the 11th. No resolution, we are heading towards arbitration. So in that process, they gave themselves 6 days to explore the possibilities of a resolution. That particular mediation started on the 5th, ended on the 6th at 2 in the morning with a solution. And that was because the parties had opened their mind to the possibilities of a solution. They didn't agree with each other on many things, and that's why it took 16 hours to get there, but they got there at the end of the day. All right? And so there is a functional, very practical, and very effective aspect to mediation. And one of the things that you heard in the presentations of Welcome is that it can rehabilitate business relationships. That is a nice to have, not a must do, but it is something that we find as a natural collateral to a solution, where parties feel that sense of relief that they've overcome an issue. And so that helps to rebuild a relationship. But that's not always our goal as mediators. What is interesting is, especially in some of the mediations I've done, one in particular, they were so hostile they didn't even want to see each other's faces. Day 1, one party. Day 2, second party. Day 3, 3 months later, there was a party with their accountant. So we bring in experts, whether it's an architect, an accountant, QS, non-binding reports. We are so flexible when we do mediation. And on the 3rd day of mediation, the accountant, being an accountant, came into, they were trying to divide, to recalculate some of the issues there. They took another month to come back. And in the 4th day of mediation, this is now 6 months later, the parties are sitting in the same room, and they are starting to talk about how they became working colleagues many years earlier. And there was where the magic turned. Actually, they had a chuckle. They mentioned how this thing had derailed, and they talked about future business relationships. That did not happen as part of the goal of mediation, but it happened as a collateral benefit, because once they started seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, their minds were starting to think back on why they were working together in the first place. So when we come down to practical thinking, mediation does really help to unlock cash if one addresses their mind to it. In the adversarial approach, you have a winner-loser narrative, but the reality is winners can still be losers. And I'll be telling you a story about that in a while, if no cash is actually unlocked. So one of the questions that mediators will get the parties to answer, and usually if you have lawyers, they will already prime the lawyer to say, I want to understand what your client's big goal is or high objective is. And of course, this one, by the way, this line here, do you want to be rich or do you want to be right? It's not mine. It came from an accountant who sat in a mediation. And you know, he was very deadpan when he said this, because the parties were arguing. And in the end, he said, do you want to be rich or do you want to be right? And we all started laughing because we all understood what he was trying to say. So since then, I've been quoting him on this. It's from an accountant. So this is a question you have to ask yourself. You can be right, but you may not be rich. And we'll hear about a story about that next. Now, before I go on to the Blue Dream case, can I ask how many of you have been involved or aware of SIPA cases in some way? SIPA? Because it's been around for 10 years. Has anyone been an advisor in a SIPA case? No? Okay. This is an audience of peace and solutions. Very good. Okay. Now, this story about the Blue, it's not a story, it's an actual case, is the Blue Dream City case. It just came out recently in 2024. And what the court said in the Court of Appeal was that the crux of this particular case was that an unpaid, successful party who obtained an adjudication decision may opt to wind up the non-paying party. Now, I've highlighted and colored it a little bit because to me it's an oxymoron to say that someone is unpaid and successful. Because when I go to court, when I go for adjudication, when I go for arbitration, when I get my award and I am declared a winner, it's not the piece of paper that I want. It is what's in that paper. It is a payment, it is a declaration, it is what is in the context of that document that I am looking for. So when I have a piece of paper that says, I have won $6 million, which is what, this was the adjudication award, 6 million, but I'm unpaid, I don't really feel very successful. That's me. I don't know about you. You make that assessment. But what had happened in this, and I'm going to take you through the timeline of the story. We're going to see, now I want you to first understand the frame with which I'm going to present this. First was, when did the case start? When did the case end? What was the real outcome? What was the true cost of the case? And then I want you to sit back and reflect. What was the real outcome that the parties actually wanted? What was it? Right? I want you to think about these 4 points. So I know it's a little bit small, but I'm sure you can suss it out. Now, the case started in 2019. Now, I hope the dates are correct. I'm relying on my team for that. But the years are definitely correct. The case started in 2019 when the respondent in the Court of Appeal case initiated a CIPA adjudication against the appellant in the Court of Appeal case. Now, in 2020, the adjudicator made his, we don't know whether it's a he, but let's make it a his or her decision in favor of the respondent. So following from this, I'm going to call the decision in favor of the respondent the winner. The respondent, the winner, won about 5.5 million together with the adjudication costs. Let's assume for today's discussion, it's approximately $6 million. Now, what happened was within a month, the loser, and I only use this so that you understand, because if I use appellant and respondent, you're not going to know who they are. So there is the winner, there is the loser. So winner has won a piece of paper, well, he's not won a piece of paper, he's won a paper that says he's entitled to $6 million. Loser not very happy. Loser applies to set aside and stay the decision. Winner hasn't been paid and several months later applies to enforce the decision. What it means when you say enforce is to say, knock on the door of the person and say, please pay me, failing which I'm going to do various things, whether it is winding up or seizing your assets. That's what enforcement is. Now, meanwhile, as you remember what you, and many of you will already know, you can have adjudication potentially overturned in an arbitration. So adjudication is meant to be rough justice. Quickly make payments so that you have cash flow to survive. Right? That's the objective adjudication. But you go to arbitration to get your final decision. So now, arbitration commenced in 2020, but at the same time, enforcement of the 6 million award was allowed. Now, the winner remained unpaid and clearly upset, applied to wind up the loser. Meanwhile, the loser must have been surprised to be faced with a winding up, and the loser applies to strike out the winding up. The net of the argument was, you need to wait for the arbitration before you can wind me up. That was a very simple point that they were making. Now, meanwhile, 1 year later, because I'm just following the years there, the loser's strike out of the winding up petition was thrown out. The loser then tried to stop the winner from winding up the company. That too was dismissed. Now, I'm not going to go through the finer details, but just know that between 2021 and 2022, there were multiple appeals. The loser made several appeals to the Court of Appeal. I think there was a federal court one as well. It seemed very clear that they were trying to save themselves from being wound up, right? And finally, in November 2023, there was a Court of Appeal hearing and the deliberations were made. Finally, March of 2024, the loser was declared to not having a meritorious appeal and therefore could be wound up. Now, we are here, I don't know what's now the end of the story, but I want to use this time for us to reflect. It is July, well now it's August 2024, 5 years since the CPA action. I want you to think for yourself. Now, we will never really know the true thoughts of either of these parties. But assuming you were in the shoes of the parties, was this the outcome you wanted? Has the winner been paid? Did the loser want to get wound up? If we had a crystal ball and took them back to 2019, knowing what they know now, would there have been a different approach? Now, of course, hindsight is 20/20 vision. As a mediation advocate, I advocate mediation, I help design, I help strategize. Every part of this journey, as I read it, I said, they could have mediated. Why didn't they mediate? Now, but that's me. Everybody has their own reasons to go to battle. Everyone has their own reasons. So we don't judge the judgment. What we need to do is use these examples to come back to where we are and decide which journey we want to take. This applies, by the way, not just in construction. I will be leaving almost immediately after I speak and take some questions. I'm flying to Penang, where I'm going to be sitting with spine surgeons. Medical negligence is another area, and at almost every medical negligence seminar, I talk about how the construction industry has moved many cases to mediation. Healthcare, they seem to be still happy to go to court for whatever reason, although they're changing now, right? So you are ahead of the game on this. But the question that we have to ask ourselves in reflection, are there better ways to solve problems? Some of you may find yourselves in litigation from a corporate perspective, family perspective, and many others, goods and professional services. Pretty much every type of dispute can go through the channel of mediation. Now, so of course, these are the questions I wanted to pose to you. Did anyone get any money? And don't say lawyers. Everybody will say lawyers made a lot of money. And that's the truth. I mean, but you cannot begrudge the lawyers because that's what each of the parties wanted. They wanted the fight. If you want the fight, you have to pay the fees for it. But if you ask your lawyer, is there another way of solving problems, then your lawyers will know how to fashion the arguments. A challenge that I know lawyers face when they suggest mediation is that the more aggressive clients will say, why? You scared? You don't want to go to court? And the human nature, because lawyers, we're all trained to fight in court. Believe you me, I love a good fight in court. It's just that I'm hardwired to love mediation. I love it. For me, the magic of problem solving in mediation does not match the remuneration that is fixed for mediation. Right? This is something we are looking at an international level. Because arbitration, everyone earns here. Adjudication, you hear. Mediation, you earn here. At one point, mediations are nice to do, but actually we're trying to elevate the game because across the causeway in Singapore, they're doing billion-dollar mediations. In America, if you Google Fox News defamation case, $1 billion mediated. So mediation outside of Malaysia is really picking up. We are seeing it. What is this? A coal mining company in dispute, they use mediation. And it was very interesting when we heard the story about it. They said, we cannot afford 2 years of litigation. But I'm sure you all know that litigation takes far more than 2 years. Sorry, 2 years of arbitration. They said, we cannot afford 2 years of arbitration. Our coal mine makes XXX amount of money a day. So they use mediation to find solutions. But again, it depends on the parties in the picture. So sometimes you need to know who you're going to bet with in terms of commercial dealing. If you find that if your contracting party loves a good fight, you be prepared for your good fight as well. Whereas if from the very beginning of the relationship, you already say, If we fight, if we have a disagreement, we refer the matter. Dispute avoidance boards, where were they born? In the construction industry. Dispute prevention boards, where was it born? Construction industry. You have the great ideas. Now you need to start implementing more. So did anyone get any money? No lah. Could they have been mediated? In my view, yes, they could have. And at any point in the journey, maybe even now. Right? Maybe even now. But it depends on what the advisors advise them. What makes me a bit sad about this case is as I was reading it, and by the way, I think it might be available online if you want to Google it, or find your favorite lawyer, ask them for a copy, was the outcome for the losing party. Now, I take you back to 2019. They were facing a $5.5 million claim. Any one of us facing that kind of money, of course you're going to fight. You're not going to write a check and hand it to the other person. But the process ended up with them potentially having a commercial death. We don't know whether they're going to save themselves. We don't. I'm just going by what the story says. But a winding up brings about commercial death to the company. Employees lose their jobs. Directors will be marked as you're a director of a company which has been wound up. To me, not the most ideal outcome. So I hope that going forward, if you're part of a directorship of companies, you're looking at litigation, understand it can go in multiple ways. You can still be a winner and still be a loser. You can be a loser, and I don't know whether this is a winner's scenario, but you can also be facing a devastating consequence, all right? I hope for their case that they find a solution, and I know we call it the blue dream case. To me, at this moment, it looks like a multicolored nightmare, right? And so we want to prevent ourselves from being dragged into multicolored nightmares, right? It happens more often than you think. So this is the kind of work I do, what I love. I have been trying to do this for more than 10 years now, and that is mainstreaming mediation. Actually, the construction industry, 25 years ago, some of you went for mediation training. Am I right, Mr. Ong? You were one of those. Yes. But it didn't pick up. It didn't take traction. But I'm not the giving up type, as Mr. Ong knows. I believe this is something we just all need to come together and get moving on. The construction professionals were the first ones to want to be trained as mediators, and I'll tell you where the problem was. The problem was you didn't recruit your users, you didn't recruit your lawyers, you didn't engage with the rest of the stakeholders. So when we talk about looking at mediation systems, you cannot assume that parties in a dispute will suddenly sail into a mediation chamber and say, I'm here, can I meet a mediator, can I solve my problem? It doesn't work that way. When people have a dispute, they don't sleep at night, they're looking for the most aggressive fighter to stand shoulder and shoulder with them because the dispute traumatizes them. And once that trauma comes in, I speak to many contractors. By the way, right now I'm seeing, and I told David this, I'm seeing many contractors who are trying to get paid. And they know if they go for adjudication, they'll have to pay the adjudicator, but there's a risk they will not get the money. And they don't even have that money. So we are moving matters to mediation, right? So we actually just did one this week with a mediator. The quantum is less than 400,000, right? And we've gone in for mediation. We're hoping that there will be a mediated settlement agreement by next week. Because the logic of finding a solution is more commercially motivating than the idea of going and one of us be a winner, one of us be a loser. Because the winner will want to enforce. What will the loser want to do? Want to avoid. And I'll tell you just very quickly, because it's confidential, I can't go into any much more detail. But I'll tell you what was the crux of this week's mediation. Cash flow. You're coming after me for X amount of money. I don't have it. So what are we going to do? Remember we talked about creativity? In the negotiations for what was going to be the outcome, one party took a haircut or was prepared to take a haircut and was prepared to take things in installments, and even the installments had built in fuzzy edges. Okay? So this is the level of creativity. These fellas have been fighting for 18 months. In one day we got there. Started at 9 a.m. I think we thought we'll be done by lunch. We weren't. We were done by 5 p.m. But still, we are walking towards the light at the end of the tunnel. Right? One party wants breathing space to write the checks. The other party says, give me the check so that I can continue to breathe. And once they both understand each other, they're both keeping each other alive, commercially. Right? So I talk about mainstreaming mediation. Small disputes, less than $1 million, medium-sized disputes, and large complex disputes. All of them can be mediated. So again, a bit of a small section, but I'm giving this so that you are familiar with what is happening on the ground for comparisons of costs and outcomes, all right? So I have introduced you to the concept of winners and losers, but winners may not be winners and losers may still be losers, right? Now, in terms of mediation costs right now, or in the market, you're looking at mediator costs of about 3,500 to 5,000 per day. This is all per day. Per day, but of course, depending on what is the dispute, then you can discuss with the mediator how much, right? Now, this does not include the lawyer's costs. And of course, I'm a lawyer, and I'll be very candid with you. I'm a big believer in lawyer-led mediation. The fantasy that parties in dispute are just going to walk into a mediation chamber does not exist. Because when someone is in trouble, they will go to a lawyer. And if you don't have a seat in your mediation chamber for your lawyer, the lawyer will just take it to where he or she is welcome. So the process must be respectful for all professionals in the story. So adjudication costs for that same amount, you can see it's quite comparable with mediation. And arbitration cost is double, about double. For 200,000, again, the figures for mediation is between 3,500 to 10 per day. Oftentimes, you only need a day. Sometimes you will need a second day or half a day. That one depends on your mediator. The mediator will be able to guide the lawyers. Now, what are the outcomes that you can have in a mediation? I'm not telling you a fairy tale where everything that goes to a mediation is settled. But you start to have conversations with parties where I say the brain starts to be more fertile to better decision making. That's sometimes all you need. Start thinking, what is it you want? Why do you want it? How will you get it? How can you serve the concerns of the other side to get what you want as well? So you can end up with a full settlement. Yay, if you do. You sometimes can get a partial settlement. And of course, you might sometimes have no settlement. But I have had scenarios where there was no settlement on the day of mediation. And my practice is I will call up the parties to say, so what happened, you know? And invariably, parties have resolved it. Sometimes over a nice Chinese meal, sometimes over coffee, sometimes over just the bosses went to talk to each other and settled the whole thing. But it started with the mediation. It started with recognizing that a solution is oftentimes preferred over maintaining the problem, right? So we come back down to costing. For a $500,000 claim, currently you're looking at, again, 3,500 to 10K per day. And as you can see, by then the adjudication fees are also sometimes nearly double, and arbitration fees are triple, right? This is just at $500,000. These are for small claims. Now for larger claims, so this can be medium or large depending on where you position it. For $1 million, typically you're still looking at about 10,000 per day. Some people want to get judges as mediators. I think you have to be prepared to pay a bit more. Not necessarily that they are trained mediators, but mediation rates can be between 10 to 15,000 generally. And I put there dual parties because what we have started to see are something called chain mediations, where I'm with party A and B, both of them are having a dispute, and then one party says, look, I can only pay you if party C pays me. Technically, that mediation is going to end with a no settlement. But because we mediators, we don't give up easy, we say, okay, why don't we have a mediation with party C? create a chain. Of course, the lawyers, this is where they are very, very vital. They have to first understand the wisdom of moving these mediations forward. They will usually go and speak to lawyer for party C, see whether they can bring them in. Sometimes they'll have separate mediations. This is what I love about mediation, is super flexible, right? So again, you can compare for yourself what is adjudication fees and arbitration fees. Now, I'm not saying that all arbitral awards and adjudication awards doesn't translate into a cash. Many of them do, but you do find that some of them get hit with stay lah, appeals, whatever, and some of them just don't translate to a winning paycheck. So again, 5 million, we are still looking at about 10,000 per day, maybe 10 to 15, I think that's about right. If you look at the adjudicators' fees, it's about 50,000, and arbitration fees is about 150,000. Now, at 5 million, and this is in my terms of reference, I will always say, construction, please don't dream of 1 day. If you get 1 day, that's a bonus. But you should factor in 2 to 3 days for mediation. Small claims, I think, have a better chance of resolving in 1 day. But the bigger your claim is, the more likely you need to factor in 3 or 4 days. Yeah? Between 2 and 4 days. So when you look at 10,000, it's actually 10 times 4. But still will be cheaper than the other options, right? Now, moving forward, construction mediation. I'm just checking the time because I have to wrap up in about 12 minutes, but we are good, all right? So what can you do for construction disputes? One, from my perspective, it can really be used to determine all manners of claims except where fraud and criminal elements are. So loss and expense, delay, discharge, renegotiation of future perils. COVID was a time when people started to re-look at their construction terms because COVID took everyone by surprise, all right? At the end of the day, mediation can even be half a day if you're not actually in a full-on combat, but you just need a scenario where parties are able to restructure workable and sustainable payment schedules. So I've done this before, especially during COVID. Can we just sit down with the mediator, we just sort out the payment schedule. That was half a day, right? And in one of the pre-COVID construction mediations, it ended up being a chain mediation because it was a party A, party B, and then there was a party C. We just made it before COVID, and party C had agreed to what they call a private session, and a schedule of payment had been agreed. It was not a big amount of money, it was about 60,000+. So they'd already done the checks, and then COVID hit. And if you remember COVID, nobody can go anywhere, nobody can deposit any checks. And the party C panicked because they said, please don't deposit our checks, there's no money. But because of COVID, there was a leveling. Because of the mediation, the anger had gone out. Okay, you want to pay, we need to give you breathing space. Here's your breathing space to pay. But because of COVID, they all got together on a WhatsApp group and arranged how the payments were going to be. Checks all done, but no money. Everyone understood each other. But it was because of what had happened a few months before that. Before that, they were very angry with each other. Make no mistake, they were not friends. But because of that conversation that took place pre-COVID, during COVID, there was a bit more understanding, right? And I think the schedules went maybe extra 3 or 4 months. All right? So practical solutions and creativity and outcomes, this is my favorite part. Whether it's staggered payments, improved communication, reallocation of resources, new opportunities to work with each other. Now, sometimes parties have a challenge, and this one is probably more in other industries, maybe not so much in construction, I don't know. I'd be happy to hear from you all. If you have an insurer in the picture, they can be the biggest stumbling block because they will delay, they will deny, and they will say, no need lah, go and wait for the outcome. All right? This might be a uniquely Malaysian issue. In Australia, it's almost automatically go to a mediator first before you fight elsewhere. So we are evolving as a dispute resolution jurisdiction, and hopefully we will get there, right? So how it can be initiated, honestly, anyone and everyone can be the agent of change. Usually mediation is done via the lawyers. Sometimes they are in your contracts. I notice in the PAM contract, it is not a obvious immediate first step, but it would need to be a little bit more clear to the parties that mediation is a contractually required first step, perhaps. And sometimes when parties have been in the throes of a dispute, they have actually, and this week's mediation is a classic example, they knew they had adjudication as the option, but they said, can we try mediation first, all right? And so who are the professionals who can propose mediation? Architects. You are the first ones who actually sent, one of you sent a mediation to me more than 10 years ago. Why? Because the architect did not want to get caught in a storm of a dispute. And of course, there are many institutions where mediators can be appointed, but the reality is today in Malaysia is mostly ad hoc. It's by word of mouth, but you can go to institutions. Multi-party mediations are happening. That means there are several parties and there are multiple levels to a dispute. Construction, this is where the magic is. You're all not utilizing this enough. Employer, main con, subcon, subcon with wanting to bypass main con who has been wound up. Actually, there's so much options, but somebody has to take the lead. And so there's a term called value chain mediations. That means I know someone owes me money, but I want to bypass this. Who is the advisor? Who is the godfather or godmother who can steer them in? Right? It could be the lawyers, it could be the architects, but I'll tell you who has been actually quite helpful in this, the accountants. Accountants, when they see their clients' legal fees bills, some of them have told their clients, hey, you never tried mediation. So we've been getting referrals from accountants who just suggest mediation. Nobody can force anybody into mediation because it's voluntary, all right? Insolvency mediation, perhaps something that's going to come up the stake. And at the end of the day, you need to have your professional advisor. This is not something that happens organically, all right? Now, architects, there is a role for you in mediations apart from being mediators. In construction mediators, you can come in as the experts. We have had QSs come in, non-binding expert opinions from QSs. You don't have to sit as a mediator. You don't have to sit as consultant. You come in completely neutral. You sign off saying, I'm only here to give my view. You want to take my view, you take my view. You don't want to take my view, that's fine. But they are parachuted in by the parties, right? And that's where you share your view and parties will consider it and hopefully get to a solution, all right? Cross-border mediation, this is just to excite some of you who might be looking at Singapore, Indonesia, Sabah, wherever. Cross-border is becoming a reality. Next year, Malaysia is going to be ASEAN chairperson. One of the things we are talking about is cross-border mediation, because again, arbitration adjudication might take a lot longer, right? And of course, there'll be new opportunity for any consultant. Yeah, okay. And then, of course, we've got hybrid dispute resolution. So the innovation on this is moving very, very fast. So we have got, some of you may have heard of MedUp, that is start with mediation, go on, continue to arbitration. Now, conversations about integrated dispute resolution. That means mediator and arbitrator sit shoulder and shoulder in the same proceedings. Very exciting. We don't know how this is going to go, but potentially this is going to be the future. All right, so that means a matter can go in the same direction. You can settle it or have an award, but you're not saving time as well. All right? Now, I think I have time for only one anecdote, and I will share the anecdote which features an architect. All right? So this was, and I love this story because it was my first construction mediation more than 10 years ago. And this was a mediation between an employer and a main con. All right? Now, they were in court, and the gap of their dispute, that means the gap of their dispute was over $1 million. And they had been fighting for 2.5 years. Now, the poor architect, he didn't want to get caught in between the two, but he had been subpoenaed as a witness, okay, as you are when you are in court. Now, his reason was this: I work with both sides. If one side calls me as a subpoena, even though a subpoena, by the way, you cannot say no, Shanti will tell you, once you are subpoenaed, you have to turn up in court, right? That you cannot say both sides are my friends. The court, it doesn't care. So he is saying, look, it's going to be misunderstood if I turn up in court. More than that, he has to sit in court for 4 days deciding on when he is going to be called to court. So he said, this is not a productive use of my time. He said, can we do this by mediation? At which point, this is now more than 10 years ago, the question was, who's going to pay me? So architect said, I will pay you because it's worth it for me to pay you to help them solve the problem. Now, did we know we were going to solve it? Not at all. Remember, it is voluntary. It is parties have to be willing. But we wrote to the parties and said that the architect, can you imagine, you're a lawyer and you receive saying, a third party is willing to pay for a mediator to come in to solve your problem, right? Very hard to say no, all right? I'm not asking you architects to start sponsoring mediations. I'm just telling you how this architect did it. Now, what happened was, that's what he said actually. He says it's cheaper than my lost time as a witness and doing the witness statement. But the parties were very, very, very hostile. They didn't want to see each other's faces. So we designed a mediation which we call shuttle mediation. Party A, you come at morning from 9 to 12. Party B, you come from 1 to 4. And then I have the lawyers. Lawyers can sit in the same room together at some point. But parties come separately. Don't even cross in my office. Now, but the lawyers were very cooperative. I think they were very surprised by this idea. And they were quite keen to participate. Especially because the architect said, I'm paying for it. And what the condition was, so why were the lawyers skeptical? Because they said, we went to court 3 times, all failed, right? And the architect said, the condition is, I want to be there. What you want to ask me in court, you can ask me in the mediation. There and then, what I say to you will be the same. And I think that really, the authenticity of that really captured the imagination of both parties. And he came. And the parties' lawyers were always present, which was really part of the magic of this mediation. Now, at the end of that first day, the lawyers went back to speak to their parties, and they're supposed to come back and talk to me. Remember, I'm only paid for 1 day, right? So I said, look, we discovered that at that point, they had not gotten a view from a QS. And one of the things that they had agreed on, so first agreement, we will jointly appoint a QS to give a non-binding view. Non-binding. It's just a matter of opinion. QS doesn't have to turn up. We will just get a QS opinion. So I thought my job is done. First agreement. But the party said, no, we want you to come back because we like this process, right? So they gave about a week for the QS to come back. The QS was appointed to provide a non-binding report, which he did 7 days later. Parties evaluated it. We came back for discussion. Remember, we started with a gap of $1 million. The gap shrunk to 300,000. That was a tremendous move, huh? Just from that move. And then the gap was 300,000. They said, okay, 1 more day of mediation. Again, the parties paid for it themselves. The gap closed at 50,000. This is now 3 weeks later. Now, this is where, for those of you who are trained as mediators, this is where the impasse became concrete. For $50,000, nobody was prepared to move. You imagine, it's like a kill me now moment, right? 3 weeks, we brought you from $1 million to 50,000, but no one will move. And that's where, as a trained mediator, you know, this is no longer about money. This is a people problem. And I had to fly to Singapore, so I said, I'm very sorry, I can't help you all. Trial is next week. The lawyers called me and said, Ms. Shanti, can you please talk to the clients? Because, you know, ask them to go half-half, you know, just... And at that point, I actually moved the mediation on the phone, not paid. It was something I was happy to do, to understand what is holding you back from moving that last 50,000. And one of the parties gave me his reasons. I sat there with roaming charges from Singapore, listening to how he had felt bullied, he had felt this. I listened to the whole thing, and I said, at the end of the day, you will decide what you want to do next week. Next week, you're choosing to go to court. You've made so much progress in 3 weeks. But it's okay. I respect it, and you can choose to go to court. And I said, by the way, I'm in Singapore, and this is roaming charges. And he laughed, and he says, oh, very, very sorry. Hey, tell you what, I just settled the whole thing. That was it. So when people ask me, what do you think you said that moved him? I said, maybe I told him I was spending my roaming charges. Maybe that was what turned the needle. But the truth is, we don't know what helps people make their decisions. I think the idea of being released of this particular dispute finally dawned on him. And it would cost him that last 50,000. And the matter was resolved, right? But it's a hard-fought battle. It took 3 weeks, it took a QS, it took a whole, and it took one good architect who saw the wisdom in solving the problem, right? And on that note, I think I've used up my time. No more time for another story, but I will be happy to share at another occasion. I've got many stories to share, but I'm a big believer in this. I'll just quickly tell you that in Singapore, they do co-mediation, where you have a QS and a lawyer, architect and lawyer, architect QS. That model of mediation also exists. Okay, on that note, thank you all very much. It's been my pleasure.
Thank you to Ms. Shanti. For your information, Ms. Shanti had to leave the session early for another commitment. So if you have any question on this topic, you still may ask at the end of the session, and Ms. Anisha Koshi, Ms. Shanti's colleague, will answer your question. Oh. Okay, there's a change of plan. Ms. Shanti is willing to take up the Q&A session, for 10 minutes before she leaves. So if there's any question, please raise your hand.
Okay, there is
I come up,
formal mediation,
Yes.
which is actually, thank you.
Yeah.
There is formal mediation with respect to PAM contract
Yes.
2018 is actually allowed for.
Yes.
Then there is also what I call informal mediation. I give an example. I once had a dispute about 15 years ago.
Right.
The dispute was probably regarding a sum, 7 figures. After discussions with the employer, the QS, we decided rather than take it into a dispute, we called for a lunch.
Right.
Okay, so there are 5 people there. And at the end of the lunch, we reached a solution. Now, so what is, in your opinion, a cutoff point where you will actually need to move from informal mediation to formal mediation? I can recognize that, for example, if there is involving multiple parties, chain mediation, that's when you need to formalize it. But are there any other trigger points?
Thank you very much. An excellent question. So now, informal mediation has been happening for, at least 100 years, right? And what happens, as you quite rightly point out, is many leaders of a company, they will step in and they call it informal mediation, but it's not mediation in the technical meaning that we mean now. Today, if we speak about mediation, we speak in the context of the Mediation Act, in which case the mediator has immunity. But it has to be a trained mediator, a certified mediator. Then you have immunity. Now, the informal mediations carry one very big risk, especially today, because everybody has handphones. Because if you record what is going on, you get no protection. All this confidentiality, we make people sign agreements. And in some, like in capital market mediation, we take everybody's handphones as well. Right? So you can have informal mediations, and it is definitely happening, but the main peril and risk is you are recorded. And somebody is going to use it someday, and you are going to be called in as a witness. So if you talk about formal mediation, that is out the window because people sign off saying, I cannot record, I recognize that this mediation under so-and-so, is under David Cheah, who is a trained and a certified mediator. Okay, this mediation, so any mediation that, say, David Helms as a mediator, not as a participant over an informal lunch, there's a difference. So the moment you do that, the formality kicks in, whatever is said is protected. All right, that's the important part of it. All right. Now, when you ask what is the trigger for the difference, actually, there is it has to be party driven. If I feel I cannot trust the other party, I feel bullied. I feel that you look down on me. I mean, these are words that have come in through the mediations over time. I may come and sit down and eat a meal, and I may say even yes to a solution that has been suggested at lunch. I walk out, go to the car park, and I say, okay, I'm going to drive off, and I'm going to switch off my phone and never answer your call again. Right? Because the engagement that is supposed to be mediative was not there. Now, one thing I will share with you, as soon as someone excitedly says that they're going to say settle payment, I don't get excited, because my first question in my head is, actually, why did you need me if you were going to settle it anyway? Right? Why would you need me? So I have a curiosity. Tell me what it was that caused this to come to this point. So we take the time. Why? We want the durability of the settlement agreement. So one thing that as mediators will share with you, the magic in mediation is not the mediated settlement agreement. It is the compliance of the mediated settlement agreement. That's the magic. You want it to be, we don't need enforcement proceedings. That's why when the Singapore Convention came out, and there's an international convention on this, everyone was so excited. Mediators not so excited. We said, oh, this is very good. It elevates the profile of mediation. But a well-mediated settlement agreement, you must be able to anticipate where the problems will be. If there is a problem between party A and party B over $6 million, and the chap says, I'll pay you $6 million next week, I'm not excited to quickly sign the MSA. I'm interested to know, why did you need to wait until now? What was the impediment? If he says, oh, actually party C is paying me in 48 hours, I say, okay, are you sure party C is going to pay you in 48 hours? Because you're going to sign on this agreement. So do you see that it is actually a very workshopped approach? We do not just say, okay, I'll pay you lah, and then leave it at that. And whether it's a gentleman's agreement, ladies and gentlemen agreement, that's not the issue. We go back to the practical implementation of the solution. Okay? Yeah. Any other question? Just since I've got the mic for one more minute, one of the things that we've been finding for contractors who owe other contractors, main cons, they are owed money from other people. This is a perennial problem. It's just that nobody's bringing them into the room. Nobody's creating these structures where they can all sit and fine-tune their solutions. You know what I mean? And maybe that's something PAM might, the PAM may want to look into as well. Going forward. Innovation is the name of the game now. Any last questions? Okay, there's an overwhelming amount of information I shared today. I hope it has been useful. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you to Ms. Shanti for staying up and answering the question. Okay. We will now continue with the next paper presentation by architect David Cheah Ming, titled Rethinking Adjudication. Architect David Cheah is an architect, urban planner, adjudicator, mediator, and chartered arbitrator. He is fascinated by the ingenuity, imagination, and creativity of disputing parties. He believes that due to the nature of construction and the multiplicity of the players in the construction industry, it will be unavoidable for consultants to be involved with dispute resolution in one way or another. Although the best form of dispute resolution is dispute avoidance. It's easier said than done. So, please welcome Architect David Cheah.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good to see a lot of you here. Otherwise, we will also be very worried that nobody's interested in this particular topic. All right. I think it was a fascinating talk by Shanti. I think for all of us, I think we can agree. The only time we really want a mediator is when we're audited by the income tax department. Then everybody say we settle quickly. I think that's the only thing. Otherwise, everybody will say no, right? That's how it works, unfortunately. And you have to look at again where ADR is going. ADR is just a series or a set of tools, basically, in the contract, where you can use tools in your toolbox to settle a problem. Yeah. Not everything can be done, using a hammer. Just like your contractor doesn't always use a hammer. So you have other tools as well. So you have to understand what the tools are for and how to optimize those tools. I think that's important, yeah, for architects. Now, you look at the industry itself, our construction industry. You have so many problems. I mean, those of you here, I think some of you look like veterans. So you've been around, yeah. Industry, you've seen all sorts of things, and you know what are the problems in the industry. And generally, if you look at it, it's always been there. Since the day you started working until the day you retire, it's still the same problem. I don't think the problems are getting better. In fact, there's no resolution, no end in sight. Yeah? Even though people say, there's the light at the end of the tunnel and all that. And all these things, ADR has come up because there's a problem with our courts. Yeah? Litigation is a problem. It's taking too long. There are problems. People's problems cannot be solved so fast. So it's taking too long. So all these ADR processes, the tools have come up in response to that. There's been a failure in the system, and something has to be done. And this is unfortunately or fortunately, this is the solution. All right. All right. Now, if you look at what are the problems and the consequences, yes, you have delays, you have under-evaluation, you have people, employers withholding payment, subcontractors not being paid, yeah. Unfortunately, the other class or the other group of people that are not being paid are those domestic subcontractors. So this is the problem, yeah. I'll tell you why later. So this is the group that unfortunately, I call them the orphans, yeah. There are no parents looking after them, so they have to fend for their own. And I'll tell you why later. There's delay in progress. Of course, you don't pay me, I'm not going to work. But that is only the start of the problem. Unfortunately, it's not caused by the contractor or subcontractor. It's caused by the employer. So when the employer causes the problem, typical reaction, you don't pay me, I don't work. Yeah, of course, then the job stops. But at the end of the day, who still gets the blame? The person that stops the work, not the person that doesn't pay. So that's the other problem. Yeah. So what happens? Yes, you have insolvency, liquidation, yeah. It's very common nowadays. After COVID, a lot of contractors have gone bust. They've closed. What do you expect, right? Who can take the kind of pressure from COVID? Yeah? Even architects also. I think some of you also suffered, even after COVID, I'm sure. Yeah? And of course, abandoned projects. That's what everybody's afraid of, but unfortunately that happens. All right? Now, this is our industry, yeah? Our construction industry as we know it. All right? That really sums up the whole industry. All right? So in the scheme of things, you decide where architects are. Okay, the architects are either on the left, in the center, it's up to you. All right? But I think we are all on the left when you think about it. All right? Unfortunately. And it's not getting better. It's not going to get better. Yeah? All right. Now, if you look at your PAM contract itself, 2018, the PAM contract itself has got a suite of tools, a series of tools, yeah, for you to actually resolve your disputes. All right, PAM 2018. So now the thing is for you to understand your tool. What does it do, or what can the tools do, and how can it help you? All right. So if you look at PAM contract 2018, you have mediation. Yeah, you also have expert determination, yeah, which Shanti is going to talk about. There's also adjudication, and there's arbitration as well, clause 37. So that's how the sequence of dispute resolution clauses or the tools work. Now, if you look at how they're supposed to work, now, if you look at mediation itself, okay, is that a condition precedent? That means, in other words, can I do mediation without doing anything else? All right? So if you look at it, yes, you can. Under the contract, you can do mediation without referring to anything else. You start mediation first, not a problem. Yeah. Then after that, you have expert determination, which is also similarly designed not to be a condition precedent. You can start expert determination anytime, okay, without waiting for arbitration or adjudication. So that's the other way around. You can start it first without going to adjudication or arbitration. Then you have adjudication as well. So it's a condition precedent. If you look at adjudication, where there is, you can have set-offs only, yeah, before practical completion. And the other one is arbitration itself, where you have set-offs, but it is after practical completion. So arbitration also works after practical completion. The problem with arbitration is that after practical completion, there will be a lot of disputes happening on site already, and then parties are already not agreeing with each other, and everybody's got a very long face when they see each other. So that's the problem as well. So the problem is not resolved, but rather it's prolonged, and that is another issue. Parties they tend not to cooperate at that particular time. Okay. If you look at different types of adjudication, when you say adjudication, we have different types. Yeah? There are three main types basically. One is ad hoc. In other words, you know, when something comes up, you come up with an agreement to let's adjudicate this dispute. So it's ad hoc. Yeah? It's not planned, but it just happens. There's contractual as well, and there's statutory. Now, if you look at ad hoc adjudication itself, it's called also known as consensual. In other words, parties just voluntarily agree to let's adjudicate this, find an adjudicator and have this adjudicated. Fine. It can be an oral agreement to do so, or preferably in writing. Yeah? And of course, you can refer to whatever is in the future or something that's just come up. That's fine. Now, contractual itself, it is, for example, in our PAM contract, clause 36, it is contractual. It says so you can do so, adjudicate set-offs only, yeah? Or in other contracts like FIDIC, that is also applicable, all right? And it's very clear in the contract itself what it says you can do and what you cannot do, yeah? If you want to adjudicate the dispute. Then, of course, there's statutory adjudication, which is compulsory by law. For example, our SIPA, yeah? Our SIPA Act is compulsory, so you cannot escape from SIPA. There's also, of course, in the UK, which first started adjudication, the Housing Grants, Construction and Regeneration Act 1996. So that was the, I call it the grandfather. That one there, 1996. So that's the grandfather of the origin, I call it the origin of adjudication as we know it in our PAM contract. I think when we first looked at it, I think the PAM drafters of the 2006 contract would have been influenced by that 1996 act in the UK, and then put it in our contract. So that's probably how it started. And of course, Singapore, they have the Security of Payment Act 2004. Okay, ours was, they started in 2004. Ours was only effective in 2014, so 10 years later. So Singapore has a 10-year head start of us. Okay, so again, if you look at the various acts, it will always have what is the scope and nature of dispute, what you can bring into the act itself or adjudication by law, and what's the procedure. Everything is spelled out in the act, so that's fine. Yeah. And again, if you look at the statutory system, you have three systems there. Yeah, three types. The main thing that overrides everything is statutory. So the one by law, SIPA, overrides the contractual adjudication and also overrides ad hoc. Unfortunately, when you look at it, our PAM contract itself, clause 36, is not popular. On the ground, nobody's using it. I don't think anybody's using it. Has anybody used the clause 36 in the PAM contract so far? Anyone? Show of hands? Nobody. So that's the problem. Either nobody knows how to use it, or they just feel that, well, if by law I have to use SIPA, I might as well use SIPA. Why do I have to go through two systems to get to an outcome which, at the end of the day, I can't enforce, right? If it's contractual, so what? I've won. What's going to happen? So that's the problem. So they see there's no benefit in going through the contractual route. They use the statutory route, which is, of course, it's got more teeth. Yeah? So again, that's the problem with the PAM contractual adjudication clause. So again, what are the characteristics of adjudication? It's quick. It's supposed to be quick, informal. There's no negotiation. You have somebody there deciding, the matter. It's contractual or statutory as well. Yeah, the procedure. It can be both inquisitorial and adversarial. It just means that either the adjudicator takes the initiative to ask a lot of questions to get the answers, or he or she waits until the two parties present their stories to him or her, and then he or she decides. All right, and it's short. It's a very short time frame for making a decision. And again, it's a temporary, or they call it interim solution. That's all. It can still be overridden by either arbitration or you go to court. So that's how the system is supposed to work. Now, if you look at adjudication itself, this is generally what ad hoc, I call it ad hoc adjudication, can cover. It's quite extensive if you look at it. The first, if you like, the first bubble in green, this is set-offs. That is our clause 36, all right? But then there's others. For example, validity of instructions, your instructions, architect's instructions, engineer's instructions, are the works properly executed, VOs, valuations, payments, yeah? There's also whether there's any delay, withholding of consents, approvals by the contract administrator, by the employer, and also matters under the contract or under the agreement by the parties. So it's quite wide. You can have a lot of issues being adjudicated, not just set-offs. Okay, PAM contract only set-offs. Yeah, in SIPA it's only payment disputes. That's all. So whenever there's an issue of payments, you go to SIPA, not the rest. Okay. You look at the aims. What are the aims actually? Simple. Improve payment. Yeah, the industry is always notorious. You don't pay regularly. Yeah, on time. You also improve your cash flow. When the cash flow is good, everything improves. Yeah, project also moves. It will be completed on time, no issue. Yeah, and there's also default payment mechanisms. Again, if you look at it, the problem with some of these, if you want to call them poor subcontractors or domestic subcontractors or domestic contractors, sorry, is that they just don't have enough paperwork. What they have is just a simple purchase order, some of them. So you have to pity them as well. Yeah? They don't have that much paperwork or any paperwork. So again, this is supposed to expedite any dispute resolution between the parties and also, of course, to make recovery of payment effective. Yeah? So it's again a widespread industry problem, whether you can actually, it does help in terms of payment or not. This is SIPA itself, in the Act itself. It's interesting that it's only you find it in Commonwealth countries. So it's kind of interesting. The other countries don't have that. The US, they do not have that at all. So it's interesting. In Europe, it doesn't exist. Only in Commonwealth countries. Yeah? So it's kind of interesting as well. Why is that happening? Or maybe they realize that, look, we have to do something because it is a widespread problem, and that has to be somehow an act or legislation to tackle that problem. Yeah? If you think that employers pay on time or pay you as architects on time, or main contractors pay subcontractors on time, I think the reality is far from that. Yeah? I don't think that you're going to find that, yeah, everybody's being paid on time. I don't think so. Especially, I think architects. Yeah? Some of you, I see, work passionately for 3 years and don't get money. Still work. Yeah? And when the client doesn't pay you, you even work harder for the client. So it's very strange. Yeah? But that's I think, the passion. All of you, you have that passion. You live on just air and water. Yeah? It still hasn't changed, It's the same. Yeah? Those of you who are who've been around for a long time, when you first started, you have that big dream. When you're going to retire now, you still have the big dream, unrealized big dream. Still the same problem. All right? It's just a fantasy. Yeah? All right. what's the impact? Now, again, if you look at it, adjudication is supposed to improve your professionalism. Yeah? Construction professionals, you're supposed to be more professional because there is an act now, CIPA. All right. So with the act itself, you have to pull up your socks. Yeah. So again, they also recommend that you get, PAM recommends you get PI insurance. That's also important nowadays because our society is getting more litigious. So people want to sue you. Yeah. Somebody has to share the client's pain. Yeah. Unfortunately, so he's got to look at the person that gets paid the most, which unfortunately is the architect. Yeah. So architect as the leader has to show a good example. Right. So that's the problem. So again, because you're a target, you have to, it's better, as PAM would recommend, for you to have PI insurance. All right. So now again, even with PI, you have to remember, as architects, you still have to, I think, be aware of your professional responsibilities. Right. You can't say, hey, my staff will do it or somebody will do it, but at the end of the day, it's not done. All right. Let me share this anecdote with all of you. Yeah. There's this project completed in 2019 after a long delay. So everybody's happy, it's finally finished. But the problem is, the client now, today, is asking for, hey, Mr. Architect, when can I collect my LD? My LD is about $5 million. When can I collect it? The problem with collecting LD is the architect, up to today, has not issued a CNC. All right? So now, I hope the architect's not here listening to this. Otherwise, your client is going to come after you for $5 million. All right? So, unfortunately, that happens. Or this is a real story. Yeah? It has happened. So, I would suggest that sometimes, you have to be aware of your own professional responsibility. No matter what, even PI, you think PI will help you, well, you better look at the exclusion clauses. Because sometimes, insurance companies are not stupid. They will also have fine print. You read the fine print, and later on you find that if you do something, again they might say you are in collusion with the employer or with somebody else. So I'm sorry, we're not going to cover you. So again, you have to look at the fine print, see what it says. All right. Now again, you have this issue of claims consultants coming in. Yes, lawyers coming in. That's fine, no issue. Yeah, but it is expensive. All right. When they come in, you ask them for their legal opinion or their legal assistance. It is expensive. Yeah. Claims consultants, I'm not sure what the market rate is. Maybe Mr. Ong here will tell us whether he's the most expensive in town or not, or most reasonable. But I can tell you, for lawyers, if they do CIPA matters, it's about 10%. 10% of the claim. Whatever they're claiming, 10%, or minimum $150,000. The big boys. Okay, that's what they're claiming. So of course, for adjudicators, of course, you talk about work opportunities, but it's not much. The fee is not much. Yeah. So there's a scale, a fixed scale. So you follow the scale. That's all. Yeah. So it's not much. It starts at 2,700 ringgit up to what maximum, Mr. Ong? How much? 80,000 or 50,000? The scale. I think 50,000. That's all. Right. All right. So again, as consultants, you have to remember this is what you have to do. Yeah, you have to conform with the adjudication provisions, whatever's in the act, whatever the law says. All right. So again, you cannot contract out of it. So some brilliant people have said, "Hey, look, let's I have this bright idea. Let's remove all this so-called CIPA, adjudication, mediation, arbitration. Remove it." So you've seen. I don't know whether you've seen some of those contracts. They actually cross out all the clauses. Yeah, mediation clause, adjudication clause, arbitration clause, everything is deleted in the PAM contract. So somebody had the bright idea to do it. Yeah, I've seen that before. So again, you cannot, if it's CIPA, you cannot contract out of CIPA. All right, it's mandatory. So no matter what you do, how clever you are, you cannot do that. By law, you can't do that. So you still have to go through adjudication. All right, so that's how it works. Contract administration, again, you have to be on the ball. Yeah, you must know what are your claims, your payments, your variations. Do it properly according to time. Yeah, the time frame in the contract itself. Good contract administration practice. Yeah, but we know some are not following that. Some architects are not following that. So that is a problem. Yeah. So, well, maybe it's good as well because, you know, when you guys mess up, there's additional work for everyone. So maybe it's a good thing, yeah, for the industry itself. And other issues, of course, owners' compliance, whether or not, you know, they have money and all that. But we know owners generally, they will tell you they have no money. Yeah, unfortunately, that's how it works in Malaysia. A lot of them don't have money, so they depend on purchasers to buy, purchasers billings and all that. So if nobody buys the project, there's another problem. Nobody gets paid. Yeah, all of you will know. They'll tell you, hey, I can't pay you, the consultants. No sales, poor sales. The project cannot sell, so you wait. Yeah, that's how it is. Okay, let's look at our PAM set off or adjudication clause 36.1. It's very narrow. It's only for set off only for certain items. You have the list will be there in the next slide. Again, is it a condition precedent? Well, it is before arbitration. You can start your adjudication. All right. And if it's after practical completion, then you go for arbitration. That's how the system is for the contract. If you look at the set-offs, yes, the employer can set off. Yeah. If it's not disputed by the contractor, no issue. You can set off that part. But if it's disputed, it has to go to adjudication under the contract itself. Yeah. And it's again for set-offs, which is contractual and nothing to do with SIPA itself. So SIPA adjudication is separate. So don't mix the two up. One is contractual, one is statutory. You don't mix them. Yeah. And again, SIPA is only for payment disputes, all right, which can involve set-offs. So if you look at the set-off, just read the contract itself. It'll tell you what you can set off. All right, now, you look at the 2006 contract itself. Again, there's a comparison, 2006, 2018. 2006 is either party, if there's a dispute with set off, anything you want to set off by the employer, there's a dispute, you refer to adjudication under clause 34.1. All right. Then again, unless the contractor agrees or based on the adjudicator's decision, you can't set it off the amount. Same, it's been carried through to 2018 as well. Yeah? Either party may refer the dispute to adjudication. Again, you need the, this is, okay, if you look at it now, the employer should not be entitled to set off until the adjudicator has issued the decision. So this has removed that disagreement by the contractor. All right, in 2006, if the contractor disputes it, you cannot set off. Here it's, you can set it off only until the adjudicator has issued his decision. So you remove the contractor's decision from that set off. So that's better. Yeah. Of course, the contractor will disagree. Yeah. You're setting off his money. All right. So that's a list of set-offs. If you look at the PAM contract itself, you can read it in your own time. Now, if you look at the scope of the PAM adjudication clause itself, it says this is just a list of set items that you can set off, yeah. But you can also include other disputes, yeah, by mutual agreement. You can do that as well, but it's got to be done before practical completion. If it's after practical completion, you go for arbitration. Now there is a set of adjudication rules, but it's 2010, all right. So it's got to be updated by PAM. So it doesn't mention about whether you can represent yourself, whether or by a claims consultant. Doesn't mention that at all. Okay. However, it says that parties cannot be represented by lawyers at the hearing, yeah, at the conference itself. That's all. So the rest is silent. So again, maybe that has to be updated. So in terms of what does the adjudicator do, this is generally similar to arbitration. Yeah. You just comply with all those general requirements, you're fine. Okay, it's got to be confidential as well. Same in terms of if you look at the functions and responsibility, it's standard. Yeah, you do the adjudication in the manner you think fit. You establish your own procedures. You appoint experts as well to help you. That's fine. Call a conference, a meeting of the parties. You can go for inspection. That's it. No issue. So it's similar, quite similar. Yeah. typical powers. Now, the time frame itself in the PAM contract, 21 calendar days, so it's very fast. Yeah, and then you can extend it further by 7 days. The adjudicator can do so, and that's it. Yeah, and the rest will be by parties' agreement. If they agree, if they don't agree, then you're stuck with 28 days. That's all. So a month. That's all. Okay, and your decision exceeds the deadline, there's no money for you. Yeah. It's the same with CIPA as well. Now, it's binding, yeah, until practical completion. Then you go for arbitration. If you're not happy with it, within 6 weeks of the decision, you send a notice to refer to arbitration, right? So you then proceed on that line, or you can settle it, okay? So you want to enforce that adjudication decision, you apply to court, basically, to register as a court judgment. So that's how the system works, yeah, in the PAM contract. Now, it works when everybody has confidence in the adjudicator's experience, expertise, and skill. So, and you're prepared to accept the decision of the adjudicator. Basically, that's it. Yeah. So again, the problem with all these things is sometimes parties, when they lose, they suddenly say, no, I don't agree with this. I'm going to take it somewhere else. That's it. Yeah. So again, it depends on the spirit of the exercise by the parties, basically. You want to resolve it or not, or you're just trying to buy time. So again, it's very different. Yeah. When you deal with disputes, you realize that as what Shanti was saying this morning, there are a lot of things in the minds of the parties. You don't know, you can't read them. What's the agenda? What is the lawyer's agenda as well? Yeah. They always say, I take instructions from the client. So what is it the client is telling them? Or is it the lawyers actually trying to driving the car as well? So who is actually driving the car? So it's interesting. Yeah. All right. Let's look at CIPA. I think many of you have heard of CIPA. Anybody haven't heard of CIPA? All of you have heard of CIPA? All of you have? Okay, good. Then we'll just touch on on what CIPA is. Yeah. It's again, if you already know the system, fine. It's just pay first, argue later. So what you do is that everybody has to then go through this system, yeah, of, now they use CIPA as a verb, yeah, I CIPA you, all right? So it just means that, well, if you're not going to pay me, I'm just going to use that to get my money, basically. So that's what is that tool, if you want to call it that. CIPA is there to get you your money, your payment. So it's increasingly being used by consultants as well. So if you, for example, want to claim your fees, you can use CIPA. I think that's the main advantage to architects or consultants. Use CIPA for your fees. Right? But the other problem is, of course, it doesn't guarantee that you will still get your money. Even though you've won, how do you get your money? That's the next step. Okay? So if you look at it, yes, it's temporary binding until arbitration. So you start at the bottom and you go up. You work your way up. All right? So that's how CIPA works. It's kind of interesting because normally people start at the bottom, but there's one case that started from the top. They go to court first, and then when the court trial was in progress, they went to CIPA. So it's a bit weird doing it that way. Yeah? But nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Right? Maybe they wanted to pressure the other party, to have a decision to pressure the other party. Okay, so is it necessary? Again, everybody says yes, it is really good. Yeah, it's a good system. You will get your money fast. Yeah, no issues. So it will solve the problem. Yeah, but in the first place, what is it solving? Is it a problem, a fundamental problem in the system itself, or is it a problem somewhere else? It's always one example is, you build more highways. Well, building more highways actually solve traffic jams. Yeah? How many highways can you build? So it's the same thing. Will this actually solve the problem? Is that problem caused by, example, all these factors, or is it something else? Yeah? Whether employer doesn't have enough money, that's a fact. Yeah? They don't have money. They have to borrow from the bank. But are there any other things? For example, are consultants not doing their work? Yeah? Or is there a failure of the contract itself, or how you implement the contract, the procedures, the mechanism in there? Or is something else? Yeah, non or under certification, withholding of payment, I think nowadays your clients are also smart. Yeah? They will always want to see, why, ask you to justify, why did you decide on this? How many days EOT did you give the contractor? Why? They will challenge you. Yeah? That's how it is. Yeah? You're lucky now that a client does not, will just accept everything you say 100%, and they don't question that. I don't think that happens anymore. Yeah? So they are smarter than all of us. So does it work? Yes, it does work. SIPA works actually. It's interesting, it does work. Yeah, it's quick and cheap, of course. Yeah, that's why it works. And less than 5% actually go to arbitration and go to court. So it's interesting. Yeah? And it looks like they actually accept this rough justice, as they call it. Yeah? So now there is a same proportion of technical adjudicators compared to in proportion with lawyers now. It's roughly 50-50. All right? So it's another interesting fact. And again, it's used after work has finished. All right? Usually, SIPA can be done during the progress of the work, but now increasingly people are doing it after the work has completed. Maybe again they don't want to offend the employer or the main con, so they want to do it after. Everything's finished first, let the work finish, then we will then come after you for our money. So that's it. That's interesting. And then now the system is becoming too elaborate, yeah, too legally based, until it used to be able to a layperson can do and represent yourself, yeah, in adjudication. Not anymore. You can't do it anymore because the system has evolved, unfortunately, from what it was intended to be. Yeah. So there's also concerns of costs. Of course, there'll be additional costs. Lawyers cost money. Yeah, it becomes too legalistic, it costs money. You have to get a legal advisor or lawyer. That costs you money. So when money increases, of course, time. You need more time to look at the dispute. Yeah? And your risk will be more. If you lose, what happens to that? Your costs go up. Yeah? So that's the other problem with SIPA, how it's evolved. All right, let's look at some numbers. If you look at those numbers, okay, just look at the ones on the right itself. Yeah, that is the latest 2024 figure. All right, it shows the cases have actually, these are adjudication cases administered by AIAC, 694. So the column on the right itself, yeah, 694. At the peak was 816 in the center there. I think that was just after the MCO, after COVID. Then it dropped, yeah, to 605, 631, 618, and spiked. It's going up to 694. So it is actually going up. Many people predicted it would be stagnant or go down, but now it is again going up. Okay, so that's what the statistics show. That's 2024. So in terms of claimants, the people using the system, this is the SIPA by AIAC. You have two figures there, 2 years. The one on the left is 2022, the one on the right is 2023. So there are two sets of figures. In terms of if you look at the numbers there, claimants, yeah, in terms of claimants. All right, yeah. All right, there are two colors. These are claimants, typical claimants. All right. The first, if you look at the claimants, the highest claimant is the subcontractor. All right, using the system. So subcons are the biggest group. Then the next will be contractors. All right, and after that, consultants. So these are the people getting, claiming for their fees. So one subcontractor, second and third consultants. So it's the same in terms of the user. Now, if you look at the respondent itself, of course, here, the main respondent, if you look at it, the main culprit is, of course, the main contractor. Yeah, and second is the employer, right there. So these are the two respondents as well. All right. Okay. Now, what are the types of disputes that come up? If you look at it, generally, the most is, of course, interim payments. All right. So that's here, interim payments. And the second is final account. So these are the the two common disputes that are in adjudication. Then, of course, your professional fees. Not so much, yeah. Only variation works. So 1, 2, 3. These are the top 3 categories. This is also interesting. If you look at the statistics, yeah, the claim amount statistics. This is the 2022. This is 2023. Right. Now, if you look at those figures, it's interesting. The lowest claim is 1,006. So people claim even for 1,600 ringgit, they go for adjudication. So it's remarkable because they are losing money. Adjudicators' fees is 2,007. So they're already losing money. So there could be a reason. Maybe it's based on principle. Yeah, they're fighting for principle. So it's 1,006, right? And then the highest claim amount is 93 million, right? Oops. So 93 million. Now, the following year, 227 million. All right, so it depends on who wants to claim what, but this is the kind of amazing numbers that they come up with as well. So for 227 million, the adjudicator is still paid the same fee. So as an adjudicator, I think either you have a lot of time, a lot of free time on your hands, or you don't sleep. You have to be paid, I think, 50,000 just to handle a 200 over million claim. Yeah. And of course, after adjudication, this is the amount the adjudicator gave. So the lowest amount, 2 million. 2,000. So this person got something, yeah. And again, if you look at this, 29 million the following year, all right. So even though you claim 200 over million, you may not get even that much. Yeah, you probably, I suspect it's the same party. Yeah, so from 93, he got only 29. So that's the system. That's how it's working. Okay. Let me. This is, if you look at the claims itself, yeah. The most in terms of numbers. Number 1, 300,000 to 800,000. Yeah, that's the most. Second will be this up to 150,000, and 150 to 300,000. So this is the bottom segment, which is the most common. So you're looking at 800,000 and below. People claiming 800,000 and below using the SIPA system itself. Okay, this is the last 2022-2023 statistics. All right. So even at the top, over 15 million, not many also. Yeah. So the most common will be at the bottom. So 1.2 million, 1.3 million downwards. Yeah, but again, most of it will be here. These 3 categories. All right. Now, statistics of adjudicators in AIAC. You find that it's quite interesting now. It's a balance now, if you want to call it that way. Legal practitioners, 349. Yeah? Adjudicators with legal background. Technical adjudicators, 312. Dual qualified, you have both, 25. So you have 686. So the chances are that you will probably get either, it's good, it's 50-50 now. So whoever has been appointed will be either, could be you have a better chance of getting a technical adjudicator rather than legal. Okay. And if you look at their case appointments, they've been appointed. If you look at the statistics, yeah, the one in green is a technical background. The one in blue is legal practitioner. So lately it's been, all right, if you look at this, this is a legal practitioner, but it's close, 247, 206, 241, 210, and just lately, 273 technical adjudicators appointed compared to lawyers. So it's quite interesting. Yeah. So the trend, again, if you look at this, is that the lawyers don't want to do it. Yeah, they feel that they don't really understand the PAM contract. They don't understand how it works. The main thing, the problem with them is they can't value the work done by contractors. So they claim something, but they just don't know how to value it. Yeah, so they find it difficult to do. So that's the trend now. That's why you see a lot of technical adjudicators coming up. But these are mainly QSs. Architects, I don't think that they are also interested in this. How many here are actually adjudicators in AIAC? Show of hands. Anyone? Have you all been in the panel of adjudicators? No? Oh, okay, one. Okay, so not many. I think about less than 30. Very interesting also, you know, architects are not interested. And also, I don't know why, but maybe because they could be the culprit. That's why they're not come in and clean up the mess. I think that's the other issue. So if you look at it, you have a good chance of getting a technical adjudicator, so that's good, yeah. Especially with fees. Let's say architects, you want to claim your fees. Hopefully you get an architect or an engineer or QS who understands the work you do and can then adjudicate or come up with a decision on your fees. Yeah? So that's good. Otherwise you'll be dealing with a lawyer who has no idea what you do. Okay? So that's a good trend. All right, now. What's the trend? If you can see what's happening in SIPA. Okay, it's more legalistic, definitely. Yeah. So you need a legal advisor again. People like Shanti, she's available. Yeah. But whether she want to do it is another thing. Yeah. So you have more costs. Difficult for laypersons to be self-represented. Very difficult. All right. So again, they save the work. They save the dispute until the end. Okay. I think because they may be able to use, there's another provision in SIPA itself where if the main contractor owes the subcontractor money, the subcontractor can claim the money from the principal, the employer, if there's money due. So that's probably where they are headed. You know, that's the goal. All right, get the employer to pay me. Now, that will not solve everything because again, what happens if the main contractor is bust? That's another issue. Right? And there's no money due to the main contractor, then you are stuck as a subcon. Then there's also inefficient ADR. Yes, of course, it's quick justice, but maybe that's what the parties want. They're happy. 95% don't proceed to court or arbitration. So again, they're happy. You give them some money, they're fine. Okay? But the problem is sometimes it goes all the way to the federal court. So that takes a while. Okay? It shouldn't, but sometimes it does. Maybe there are difficult questions of law. So he has to go through the court system. So again, it is intimidating to the smaller players. Yeah, some people call it fast-track arbitration. Some people, think that it is just another arbitration or mini arbitration. And also it depends on the courts, because again, the courts must understand the system. Yeah, it's fast, it's rough justice. Yeah, sometimes, I mean, it's not Wild Wild West. We're not talking about Wild Wild West. You do anything you want, but the courts have to realize that some of these adjudicators are also technical adjudicators, they're not lawyers, but somehow the courts don't see that. Yeah, they think that no, it's not fair. Yeah, it's not fair. That should not happen. So the courts are looking at it differently from a legal point of view. Then of course, again, there are technical adjudicators. Those without legal background, they have a problem because they cannot handle legal arguments. The lawyers will come in and put in case law to stop you from deciding something. So they are always stuck. So that's where the problem is as well. So when they're stuck, they don't know what to do. Yeah. So that's the nature of the game. Yeah. When the lawyers come in, they sort of, I won't say manipulate, but they control the system in such a way that it is more legally inclined. Yeah. So it's slanted towards the legal part. So you then have to decide, hang on, what do I do? How do I then adjust myself back again to make it more technical and non-legal? So that is again a strategy, yeah, by the parties. So again, you have to keep your facts clear. Yeah, the clearer the facts, the muddier the law. So the law is not clear anymore. The lawyers want the law to be clearer than the facts. So you have to then, as a party, remember how do I then try to correct the situation. All right. The other problem with all these things is also, I call them, there's a group of adjudicators, if you want to call it that, who are honeymooners. I call it honeymooners. There is no other term for it. It's those people that actually just finished the course. AIAC has an adjudication course. They finish the course, and they actually pass the exam, so they're happy. Everything is fine. Yeah, beautiful. So they get appointed. But the problem is that when they get appointed, they don't keep updated anymore. They just feel that I passed, so I can adjudicate. So the problem is sometimes you can see from the, some of their decisions. For example, this person found that time is at large. You all know time is at large, I hope, yeah? So this person said, time is at large for this contract. So I award X number of days for extension of time. So that was the decision, right? And then there are some who actually, lawyers, legally trained adjudicators, who actually don't specialize in construction law. They don't do much construction law. They do just general law, and they don't understand the PAM contract as well, how it works. So they don't understand the payment certificates. Yeah. So when there's a problem with the payment certificate, adjudicator has the power to issue a payment certificate. Yeah. After looking at all looking at the case, he says, okay, this is the final certificate, whatever it is. So he or she can do that, no problem. But the problem is that the certificate is wrong. So when you write to the adjudicator to tell the adjudicator, hey, your certificate is wrong, please change it, the adjudicator ignores it. So he or she has issued a certificate which is wrong. So that's part of the decision. So again, there's another issue. Yeah. So they do not know about loss and expense. They do not know how EOT works, how VO works, variation orders, CMGD. They just don't know how it works, and they can't assess it as well. But they are the ones making decisions. So unfortunately, if you're a client, you meet somebody like that, or you get a decision from that adjudicator, then you have a problem. Okay. So this is the issue with SIPA. All right. If you look at it let's just wrap it up. ADR, again, it's like tools in a toolbox. Yeah, you optimize your tool. There's no such thing as one size fits all. No such thing. Yeah, you all go and buy clothes, one size fits all, free size. There's no such thing as that. Same thing. No such thing as one tool does all the job. Yeah. So then you have to remember, with SIPA, that's the fastest way for small players to get their money. Less than 800,000. All right. Layman can't do it. So unfortunately, that's the way the game is. Yeah. And then to maximize your chances, what do? You fill up the gaps, of course. Yeah. So as a party to it, what do? You make it more of a factual thing, technical thing, rather than a legal thing. Yeah. So that is not controlled by the lawyers. What do? For example, you know the problem. If a contractor makes a claim, what does the employer do? I want to reduce your claim. I set off defects, liquidated damages. So then you quickly go and close the door. Yeah? You secure EOT, right? You get your CPC. So you have to do that first. Then you reduce those issues of law coming into the picture. Yeah? And again, like I said earlier, the mentality of contractors, subcontractors is the same. No payment, no work. There's always no payment, no work. It's okay, fine. So I'm not going to install the bulk meter. No way, you don't pay me, I don't do it. That's fine, no issue, right? But the problem is, the main concept, if you don't do this, I'll be terminated, then I'll claim damages from you. So where is this going to end? Who will suffer? And the problem is, the ones that suffer, unfortunately, are the domestic subcons. Yeah? They have nothing. They're not NSC, they're not protected. Yeah? And what do? Sometimes you look at their paperwork, just a piece of paper, purchase order. That's all. And they are at the mercy of the main contractor. And they'll pay, of course, the main contractor will pay 50,000, 100,000, that's it. Yeah? One lump sum. And sometimes, up to them, whenever they feel like paying, they pay. So these are the people that's a problem. If you bring them to this kind of main contractor, maybe the profit margin is so low, yeah, that they just can't pay, or they just can't make ends meet. You bring them to arbitration, you bring them to mediation, nothing is going to happen, it's not going to work. Yeah? Because their job is to say, no, I've got no money, I'm not going to pay anyone. So good luck. Yeah? So when you're up against people like that in the industry, that's a big problem. Nothing will help. It will not help. So what do? yeah, you have to then look at your options, whether you want to, again, you see that they have a problem, then you try and either wind them up, but again, you negotiate first before you wind them up. So that's another strategy to adopt. All right, but again, like everything else, you win something, it doesn't mean that you will still get your money. Yeah, that's how the system is. Right? You sue your client, doesn't mean your client's going to pay you. Right? One day you'll be surprised your client's wound up. That's how it works. Okay, so again, rather than going to arbitration on all that, the parties will then look at what options they have, yeah, and then decide on how to move. All right. So again, CIPA gives the parties a small window to proceed. Yeah. Again, the earlier the better, not the later the better, because again, the main contractor might go bust. Yeah. Okay. Finally, last. This is just a bit of case law, adjudication case as well. Yeah. Main contractor claims consultant fees for safety report, JKR contract. So of course, the employer didn't pay, so they went for adjudication. So what happened? Adjudicator allowed the main cons claim, yeah, for consultant fees, about 900,000. Then the employer appealed. High Court dismissed. Court of Appeal reversed it, and went to Federal Court, and the main con lost. Federal Court dismissed it 2-1. Yeah. So again, the issue is this. What the court said was, you have to specifically include, yeah, state the proper contractual clause in the payment claim itself. So that's interesting, because then it makes it more legal, for the parties. So parties then have to either get like I said, a lawyer, or when they draft it, they have to be very, very precise in their drafting. Otherwise, as an adjudicator, you have your decision set aside. All right. So that is another issue, that the courts are not really understanding the spirit of adjudication. Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you to Architect David Cheah. So for the same situation, Architect David Cheah will also be leaving earlier for the session. So we would like to open up the Q&A session for 10 minutes for Architect David Cheah to take up the question. So any questions regarding adjudication?
Okay, regarding adjudication under PAM contract 2018, I understand from the people who drafted PAM 2006, actually the adjudication clause was put in as a stopgap measure in preparation for the introduction of CIPA. Now that CIPA has been introduced, and given that the adjudication clause is so restrictive in its reach, mainly set off under clause 30.4. A few questions. One, if there were to be a new PAM form, would you like to see this adjudication clause being taken out? Or two, should it be more specific as to the items which can be adjudicated before practical completion? And three, do you still believe that given that there is statutory adjudication, there is still a place for adjudication under the PAM form? You've already noted statutory adjudication has become very technical, very expensive, and very legalistic. Is there still room for adjudication under the PAM form?
Okay. Just in terms of just the philosophy of it, the concept, if you have two systems, one contractual, one mandatory, everybody will take the mandatory one, because the contractual system is toothless. Yeah, there's no reason, there's nothing to compel me, yeah, to follow the contractual part. And even if I win, what is there for me? How do I secure my whatever I want? Right? How do I enforce it? Nothing. So I'd rather use the mandatory system, where end of the day there is a proper system, proper you can go to court and force it, and everybody is very happy with that particular system. So it's again, I call it industry. What does the industry want when they're using your contract? What is it they're comfortable with? And they are always guided by lawyers, unfortunately. They listen to the lawyers. Lawyers will say, no, don't use the contractual way. Use SIPA, it's there already. So they are familiar with it. So unfortunately, that's how the game is, yeah, in the industry. So for me, if you want to put something in there, fine. But so far, nobody's used it. The whole room, nobody's used it. So it shows that it's not useful, or why have it when there's SIPA? So that has to be, considered by the next whoever committee that is looking at the revamp of the PAM contract itself. Why have a provision that people don't understand or can't use or won't use because of the statutory provision? Yeah. And again, with all these adjudications, if you put it in there, fine. They just delete it, they modify it. Whereas with SIPA, you can't escape from it. No matter what, you must follow it. You have no choice. They will drag you to it. So why not? Yeah. So that's how it is. But again, it reflects also on us as contract administrators. You must know what you're doing, right? And secondly, when you know what you're doing, you must follow the time frames in the contract. If not, everything is screwed up. When everything is screwed up, then what's going to happen? Right? So you have to be aware of that as professionals. Yeah? So a lot of architects don't follow. That's how you work, that's fine. There's no system, I call it. But there has to come a time when you have to then realize, hang on, because of my inaction or what I have not done, this is the consequence. Then you realize I have, let myself down or the profession down. Then there's another issue. Because what happens, if this goes to court, the court will tell you how you to practice. And that's another problem. It's there, you have to follow what the judges say. Even the judges, they do not know what you do, Yeah? They give you a lot of respect, but when things screw up or mess up, then they'll tell you, no, this is the way to do it. A non-architect telling an architect how to do their work. See the problem. So it becomes worse and worse and worse. So as a profession, you have to then understand, there are implications to what you're doing or not doing. Yeah? And the worst thing to happen is for the courts to get involved in how you administer a project. Then the lawyers come in, then there's another issue. They will tell you, no, this is how you're supposed to do it. This is not a proper EOT. You have not decided properly. All sorts of things. So what will happen to the profession? Yeah. So you have to remember that. Number one, your contract. Number two, how you discharge your duties. That's all. Yeah. And we are being judged by that. Unfortunately, we're dragged in by the lawyers as well. Yeah. I think they know more than you being an architect than you being an architect. Seriously, when you talk to the lawyers, they'll tell you, you're supposed to do this. You say, really? Yeah. The other side will tell you something else. So you then have to realize, hey, hang on, what's happening? Yeah. It's going to be difficult for catch-all because of, again, anything that affects money. Is it going to affect money? Then definitely they'll go to SIPA, payment issues. Yeah. So you then have to realize that, hang on, does my system allow me to do that? Are my architects able to use this clause, yeah, to help me sort this problem out? If not, they will just ignore it or go to SIPA. So I would rather you leave it out, don't put it in if nobody understands it, or you have examples for us to follow, for architects to follow. Yeah? Knowing that there is a SIPA around. Yeah? Even with SIPA, your contract has to be also modified to follow the SIPA decision. So that's another issue. Yeah? We are not doing that. All right? So unfortunately, that's how it is. Okay?
If I may, I just wanted to share an experience in response to your question. So way back, I think, I forget, maybe in 2016 or thereabouts, maybe just a little bit earlier than that, I did have a PAM adjudication, and that was initiated by an employer, an owner, hotel owner, very aggressive. And they didn't want to passively sit and wait for the contractor to commence SIPA adjudication. They wanted to move things forward with their set-offs. So that did progress, that did lead to an adjudication decision, but in the very end, after the adjudication decision, the matter went to a mediated settlement. Yeah, so why I bring it up at this point is to say that I think there is a place and there is a time for PAM adjudication, for it to remain in your contract.
And how, the problem is not often, that's the problem. So,
Yeah, so I've quit practice in 2018, but I can say that from the time adjudication started to now, that's the one instance I've heard of a PAM adjudication going on. Yeah.
yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. I have an opinion when you have inserted the adjudication clause and also the arbitration clause in PAM Form Contract 2018. Meaning, as an architect, when you administer this contract, you must be fully aware of the provision of the clause there where there is an adjudication provision, an avenue to solve the dispute in the event there is, and also arbitration. So more often than not, when there is a dispute between the contractor and the developer or the employer, it is because of the incompetency of the architect to administer the contract as a quasi-arbitrator. Meaning, if you have a contract entered between two parties and you are the architect to administer this contract, you're bound by your duty as an architect to administer it. You have to advise both parties about adjudication provisions where there is a statutory provision, statutory SIPA provision, the assistance of SIPA, and also the contractual adjudication, where either party can select. If you fail to do so, to advise them, you are deemed committed and negligent as your duty as an architect to advise them to administer this contract, so-called PAM form of contract. So it's very serious. So PAM revamped the PAM contract 2018 and inserted adjudication clause into the PAM contract. As an architect appointed to administer this contract has to be careful. If you advise wrongly, both parties can sue you as a negligent architect and claim losses from you because of your failure to advise them the correct place to go or correct avenue to go. So this is very serious. Be it before the SIPA or after the SIPA. Thanks.
Okay, is that a comment or a question?
Sorry.
Hi.
I see it from both angles, as an architect and also as an educator.
Okay.
So, PAM form contract 2018 have been implemented and been used by the architects. So, if they choose PAM form 2018 and they fail to advise parties about adjudication provision and where PAM is lack of rules or the establishment of this avenue for people to go in the event of dispute. And they couldn't solve the problem. They got wrongly advised by the architect because they have a duty to advise them. They cannot just leave it to their own selection.
Yeah.
Because it's just like EOT. You fail to advise them and you grant wrong EOTs, for instance, and it cause damages to the contractors. They have a choice to take you liable as an architect. Thanks.
Okay. I think when it comes to ADR, dispute resolution, generally, architects, I tell you what will happen. All of you just hands off. Hey, there's a dispute not between me. I don't know. I know nothing. I leave it to the lawyer. I leave it to the employer. Sorry, a contractor, you all talk amongst yourself. Nothing to do with me. So that's what happens. Everything you just drop. Yeah. But by right, you should be still continuing your work, continuing to assess whatever it is. But when there's problems, all of you just drop everything. Final account also don't move. Everything doesn't move. You just drop everything. Sorry, it's in court now. The lawyers are handling it. So that's generally what happens. You don't actively tell the client, look, I think we have this issue. Let's see how we can resolve it. Generally, all of you do the same. Nobody will do that. Yeah, you just, sorry, get a lawyer. Finish. That's how it is in practice. So again, it depends on again, your role or how you see yourself. Are you again, problem solver? You try to help people solve problems, or are you part of the problem itself? You have to look at that, honestly. And I don't think we are equipped, as again, construction professionals, whether you have that knowledge or the soft skill, I call it soft skill, is also important. You must have the ability to talk to people, yeah? And if you don't persuade, you can't persuade your client, you're not going to get more fees, right? You can't convince the contractor's going to fight with you. So what's going to happen? How are you going to administer the contract, right? So again, you have to then look at yourself. Are you equipped enough? Are you able to do what you're supposed to do? It's not about shouting. End of the day, who's going to listen to you? They just switch off. You try and scold the contractor. Yeah? What's going to happen? You scold your employer. You see your client. See what's going to happen, right? So you have to find ways, however, whatever method, whatever ways or skills that you have to go and get it and try to, adapt yourself. Be flexible enough to again move, to see what's happening and move. Again what Shanti said. Yeah, it was quite interesting the way she put it. I listened to it and said, wow, this is fantastic. It's the best thing I ever heard. Yeah, it is fantastic when you listen to her talk. Maybe that's because she's trained as a mediator. So a mediator does not offend people, right? They're supposed to make you open. I accept. I'm willing. I have no problem. I'm not offending anyone. So that's the way she's trained, right? There's nothing negative about what she's been telling you. Everything is positive, right? So again, you as architects or contract administrators should be able to also do that. See the problem and try and handle it, right?
Last question.
Sorry to occupy another 2 minutes. I saw your chart just now that a lot of empanelment of adjudicators. More often than not, they appointed lawyers to be adjudicators than technical background people like us, architects. I think architects are the best person to be the adjudicator or either a mediator or even an arbitrator, because we have the knowledge and skill to read plans. We can read drawings. Lawyers, they don't read drawings. No doubt they have good legal background. So the roles as an architect, in fact, have been diminished, meaning this industry, like dispute resolution industry, have been dominated by lawyers. So I think this is something very serious, something that we had to contemplate, because something to do with PAM, the way how we educate architects, the lack of the knowledge about legal aspects to solve problem between developers and contractors. So I saw the chart. I expect my concern. I feel sad and I feel very sorry about that data and information. Miss Shanti, I think she's good, but you mentioned Miss Shanti, I think something serious during her presentation just now at the last slide, where I didn't have chance to ask her because she was in a hurry. She said, during the mediation, you ask the party whether you want to be rich or you want to be right. This is something, I think, very serious, this question. Either the accountant is wrong. I think the accountant is wrong. How can, if you are doing something wrong and you become rich? You cannot become rich by doing something wrong. No doubt, I think we don't want to be poor, but at least we should do something right. We don't want to do something wrong and become rich. This is something serious, very serious to our society. We shouldn't become rich if we keep on doing something wrong. This is a standard of the society. Thanks.
Okay. Any other Questions? No? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Architect David Cheah. Okay, so thank you, Architect David Cheah, for spending his time. We have to let him go. Without further delay, let's take a 30 minutes break. Okay, please be advised that the refreshment will be served at level 1 outside the gallery and at level G. Please help yourself and return to the hall 30 minutes later at 12:20. Our third speaker, Surveyor Ong Hong Tek, title Essentials of Arbitration. Surveyor Ong Hong Tek is a fellow of 9 professional institutions, a well-qualified multidisciplinary and specialist consultant over 30 years of working experience. He is a panel arbitrator, adjudicator, and mediator of AIAC, arbitrator of PAM and CIR, accredited mediator, value manager, and certified construction project manager of CIDB, past deputy president of CIOB Malaysia, past president of Lighthouse Club, past first treasurer general and current ADL chair of the Royal Institution of Surveyors Malaysia. His specific experience and expertise include construction projects and contracts management, quantity surveying, risk and value management, claims preparation and defense, and alternative dispute resolution. Please welcome Surveyor Ong Hong Tek.
Hope you can hear me. Okay, thank you, Nicole, for the kind introduction, and thank you, Dato, for inviting me to this talk today. This topic on navigating alternative dispute resolution, I understand that is meant to be introductory, and I note that the participants here are from various levels, which include graduates and practitioners. And today's crowd is primarily architect. So I don't know whether what you are focusing, but I'm having a diverse background, having worked with QSs, project managers, contractors, developers, specialist consultants, and of course later on specialized in the ADR. So with the background, of course, I also wear different hat as well. So sometimes if I'm called to be a quantum expert, which because of my QS background, I get called as a quantum expert for arbitration or for the court, for that matter. And training, Shanti just now mentioned about mediation training. I can say that of all the training that I have, including arbitration and adjudication, the most training I went for is mediation. And the first one, which is 20 years ago, was the CIDB mediation training by the late Colin Wall, who then became a president of CIARP. And that training for the construction industry, in fact, I still remember we have got the mediators from Australia, and half of them were family mediators. Right? So we were wondering how come family dispute mediators come and train us and all that. And then of course we quickly realized that mediation is about facilitative skills. So if you want to use the word expert, you are expert at facilitation as opposed to arbitration. So 10 years ago, KRRCA then conducted mediation for lawyers. I attended that as well, again another 5-day course. And it was conducted by Pepperdine University in USA. And after that, of course, we have this RICS recently doing their evaluative mediation, which was what I did last year. So all in all, 3 different sets of training, 3 different types of mediation. And if you ask me over the years, CIDB trained about 3 batches of mediators. I was in the first batch, and you can take your fingers out and there will be less than that number of mediation done. And the panel of mediators, I belong to the Club of Unemployed Mediators, CIDB. So just go to show to you. In KRRCA, the same thing. When I was a panel of arbitrators in KRRCA during the late Dato' Zakaria time, you know, you have Dato' Zakaria, the first director, and then subsequently late PG Lim, and then Dato' Zakaria came back again. Then after that, I was appointed at that time, and PG was still around, very motherly figure. And then subsequently, the late Dato' Zakaria, that was my first appointment as arbitrator then. Even then, the amount of mediation, I was only asked to do once. And that also, it didn't start, or rather didn't finish, right? And subsequently, Dato' Syed Adit, and then Dato' Norai Shekin, and after that, Sundaraju, and then you got the late Vinayak, and then you have got Tan Sri Sriati, and then Sundaraju again, and now you got to have, now there is no director at the moment. So this is the situation we are in. So in respect of mediation, I can say to you that even though I'm also in the panel of mediators in the master builders, which they have set up, I think there's about less than 10 of us, no mediation case to date, right? And I think PAM has his record, and very few, or if not, you know, again, you take your 10 fingers out. But the Bar Council seems to be quite successful. There are quite a number of mediation under the Bar Council, which I'm not associated with, so I don't have the data with me. But in terms of mediation experience, of course, one would wonder that mediation is for, people tend to think that mediation for small cases, but I've gone through one where they have 3 men mediators. One is retired JKR official. The other one is Masale claims consultant. And the third one is a very senior lawyer who is now a Court of Appeal judge at the moment. That case, without going into the details, of course I can't reveal the details, the claim was about a billion ringgit. Sorry, the claim was about 500 million ringgit. Right, the project was more than 1 billion ringgit, by the way. It's in East Malaysia, and the proposal by the employer was 5 million, right? So the claim was 500 million. The proposal was 5 million. I was representing the contractor, and you would think that it wouldn't be settled. But cut a long story short, because I'm not here to talk about mediation, I'm here to talk about arbitration, and I'll share with you arbitration experience as well. So in that particular instance, the mediation took about 3 months, toing and froing. And this is, if I may say, during our Najib was the Prime Minister at that time. And eventually it did settle. It did settle about 260 million. So you can see that it is possible. And that one was more conciliatory mediation, where the panel did give their recommendation, and that recommendation was taken on board by the parties concerned. So coming back to here, of course there are other mediation that I've been involved with, but I'm not talking about mediation today. So in respect of, for those who are interested to go into ADR, I ventured into ADR quite early days, and I remember in Malaysia there was only 6 fellow CIAP members, of which 4 of them were conflicted because I was in arbitration at that time. So I had only 2 to mentor me, and with that, I had to do it even at Keble College at Oxford to do my arbitration because there wasn't any training here available when I did my fellowship. So then, of course, you come to adjudication, which David was mentioning just now. Now, in respect of adjudication, I remember when the Adjudication Act came out, there was a mad rush because they thought that it would be implemented almost immediately. So the first batch of adjudicator, what they did was they get the arbitrators under KRRCA to do a conversion course. And that conversion course was, I remember, was I think 4 days instead of the full 5 or 6 days. And this was the first batch of adjudicator, panel of adjudicator, to undertake all this adjudication. But of course, we all know that it didn't get implemented until 2014, 2 years later on in April. So that was adjudication in what you call the AIAC, which is still the authority governing adjudication. And of course, that is statutory adjudication. PAM is contractual adjudication, which David has went through at length on that. So now, I will talk about arbitration today, and along the way, I'll share with you the what do you call that, knowledge, and also the practice and the experience under arbitration. I will put aside those value engineering stuff because that's my pet subject as well. Again, if I had to rely on it to cari makan, I would have got to go and drive Grab, just like mediation. But I think Shanti is very passionate about it. I think the industry is very passionate about it. At this moment, the mediation center, CIDB, has an agreement with MBAM, and they are going to have the mediation center at the new MBAM HQ, which I understand should be completed by next year at Putra Height. At the moment, MBAM HQ is located in Taman Desa. So let me start by my presentation. If I can get this to work. Good. Right, this will be my presentation content. I won't read through all of that, but I know that we are running late, so I will speed through my presentation. Now, earlier on, David did talk about the construction industry issues and the problems, the project complexity, the nature and characteristic of the project. For example, whether is it a new project, is it going to be an airport, or is it going to be refurbishment work, renovation? All that type of work, exercise different nature and characteristic. I think many of you will be familiar. I do speak on the forum on almost every fortnightly on the web banner half a day. So some of these materials I have already shared with you earlier in terms of nature and characteristic of the industry. There are also the environment, there are also the issue relating subcontracting, as well as the human relations and also the business relations, which is the most important aspect or elements in effective project and contract management. But coming to here, when you talk about project, the moment the project gets into dispute or differences, that goes to show that problems start to arise. And you want to make sure that you don't want this to happen because it's not productive, right? You start off with a project objective by saying that the project objective is completion within the completion date, within the budget and within the quality that you want and to the client's satisfaction. But the last you want is to end up in a dispute. But here we are talking about dispute today. And of course, if you look at it, traditionally, one would say that the litigation and arbitration, or sometimes people refer arbitration under EDR. And lately, of course, because of SIPA, statutory adjudication, that becomes now so entrenched now. We are talking about a good 10 years of practice already. So it is now one of the traditional resolution method, right? So if you want to really talk about alternative dispute resolution, then strictly speaking, this will be it. And I will only touch one area. I'll talk around some of them. And we got Shanti Supramaniam talking about expert determination, so I wouldn't want to touch any of that. Now, in respect of the various stages of dispute resolution, you can see that it is escalating in hostility, costs, and time in achieving resolution. So it all depends on where you are and how you want to nip the problem at its butt, so to say, right? Before it gets very, very dirty, before it gets very ugly. So if you want, you can say prevention, and of course under FIDIC now they call it DAAB, Dispute Avoidance Adjudication Board. Previously was DAB. So you want to see whether you can resolve your differences or your dispute by preventing, right? And of course, there are various ways of doing it. And when I attend talks and give talks in even Hong Kong and Singapore under Lighthouse Club, and the Lighthouse Club is the construction industry charity, and emphasizing on safety. Today, and I think many of you who are architects here know that you design for safety. You want to cut down the risk, right? So you no longer have aircon unit hanging out in the, what they call that condo unit. You have to make sure that they have the necessary enclosure and so on and so forth and all that. But back to this again, you can see that as you move up the ladder, so to say, or up the escalation slope, you're talking about de-escalating the dispute, control and real-time resolutions stages, right? Most of the time, my work, my full-time work is commercial and contractual management, right? And advisory services, right? So my first emphasis is commercial settlement, right? And my advice to client is I give them a report, I give them advisory to say that how to resolve their issues, right? Most of the issues are resolved at this point, right? But those that can't go on to this here, right? Okay? And of course, we have got mediation here, having acted as a party representative in mediation. I can say that court mediation, the 3 court mediation that I've attended, just like Shanti was mentioning about the case of, they already attended 3 court mediation, it's failed, so what's new? So in fact, all the 3 that I've attended, including one of my dispute I have with my client, also failed, right? And then it ended up in the full trial, so to say. Of course, there are those that is successful, and those that is successful are those that is reduced down in an agreement, mediation agreement, right? So moving further up, so-called the ladder, you then have facilitated what do you call that, resolution stages, and here is, you have a third party, neutral third party, trying to facilitate and resolve the dispute, so to say, and of course further up you end up in arbitration, right? So which is where I am going to talk to you and share with you today. And the court, before our construction court is established, it used to be people would say, you want to go to court, takes a long time. And ever since the construction court came into operation, and ever since the day of Dato' Mary Lim, who was the first construction court judge, and of course she's federal court and retired already recently. You find that the issues relating to construction court now is even much faster than the arbitration, and it is also much cheaper than arbitration. So increasingly now I'm advising my client, well, if you are the developer, if you have a choice, if you don't want, if private and confidentiality is not important to you, then you might as well go to the court, open court, and you don't have to pay for the venue, you don't have to pay for the arbitrator. The government or pays for the judge, so to say, right? So, you know, where do you want to go, and where are you, right? So in your projects, you have to ask yourself, and I've worked with an architect firm before. In my early days, I've worked with a QS firm, I've worked with developers and so on and so forth. And when I was in the architect firm, I remember my boss, and he's still around, he's now a Dato', And he always says, and that's where I learned a lot of contract admin and contract management from him, to nip the problem in this bud and be fair to the parties. Don't just cite the employer because the employer pays you. Because if you're not, then what goes around comes around. And I even have dispute whereby the architect has to be on the stand and answer to cross-examination, re-examination and all that. And there are times I'm the counsel, most of the time as a party representative, and there are times when I was the arbitrator as well. So, where do you want to be? Now, first and foremost, are the parties open to communication, right, and commercial settlement or not? Because if one party wants to fight and has a deep pocket and not interested in settlement, then you're going to have a problem, right? So then, of course, the next criteria is, of course, do the disputant prefer privacy and party autonomy or not, right? So you can see that if the answer is no, then you end up in litigation, right? Where you have binding resolution, you have court judgment, right? If the answer is yes, then you could have adjudication, although if it is set aside, it goes to public as well. And likewise, arbitration, binding resolution, where the arbitration award can be converted into a high court judgment, right? So of course, in adjudication, I'm sure you know that it's a temporary judgment, and I have a few cases now that I'm an arbitrator after they have gone through adjudication. So the claimant become the respondent become a claimant, because in the adjudication, the claimant won, the respondent lost, then come to the arbitration, the respondent become the claimant and the claimant become the respondent. Now, who win or lose doesn't necessarily has to be the same as in adjudication, because the respondent now, who is a claimant, could win as opposed to the adjudication, because adjudication is rough justice, right? It's like an unpolished diamond, right? And once you go to arbitration, you get it very polished per se. Now, then of course, if parties are willing to communicate and they are more interested in settlement, then yes. Earlier on, someone mentioned about reach and right, right? Actually, what in mediation we are trained as to say that, look, mediation is about interest-based, arbitration is about right-based, right? So there's a big distinction between that, right? So when you do value engineering, value management, you are taught about de Bono, lateral thinking, vertical thinking. Are you using a right brain, left brain? You know, are you thinking vertically or are you thinking laterally? So likewise in dispute resolution, having been trained as a mediator and as an arbitrator, I can say to you that it is easier to train an arbitrator than a mediator, right? Because in mediation, you need a soft skill. If your attitude in life, attitude and character is built over a period of time, you don't change it overnight. So if you are a person that is very introvert and not extrovert, then chances is that you will make a bad mediator, right? So when you go for training, one would know whether you will be a successful mediator or not, right? Or a successful arbitrator or not. So it all depends on whether are you able to fit in, are you able to accommodate, you know, for those who are interested in ADR. So coming back to this particular slide, you see that if the answer is yes, then do you want a neutral third party to facilitate that ADR process or not, right? Yes or no? And of course, if no, then you negotiate among yourself, and a lot of the construction dispute are resolved through negotiation. Sometimes informally, they will get someone who knows the other party and say, hey, since you know the fellow, you talk to the guy, you know, and see whether he can come to settlement or not. And many of the settlement is actually done in pubs, right? Or in restaurant or in karaoke. I don't mind telling you. So, you know, most of the time people say, HT, where are you? I say, I'm in the pub, right? So, negotiation, of course, party negotiate, non-binding. Of course, you can have also independent negotiator. But of course, formally, you will go for a mediator, where the mediator facilitates and the party decides the outcome, right? So arbitration is different. party submit, arbitrator decides the outcome, right? So expert determination, as I said, I won't go into detail other than to say that you can have it temporary, which means after the expert determination, you're not happy, you can still go to ventilate out in another forum, whether arbitration or for that matter in court. Of course, if you say no, that's the end of it. Then if the parties agree to it, then so be it. But I leave Shanti to talk about that. Now, I developed this over the years, and you'll see that depending on which dispute resolution that you get into, the criteria in terms of speed to establish, speed to resolve, expenses, confidentiality, formality, binding or otherwise, and the effects on business relationship. There are some clients, I know some contractors, I work for contractors, I work for subcontractors, sometimes I work for employers, so it depends on which party employ me, and I prepare claims, and then claims that party negotiate and settle upon. I do supplemental agreements. So if you look at it, it all depends whether do you still want that business relationship or not. Because if you value that business relationship, then that commercial element becomes very important, right? But if you say that, I'm not going to work with this client anymore. This client is so ridiculous, got no money and all that, one time off. So if I take it to the cleaners, so be it, you know, and they fight, right? And I've gone through arbitration whereby for small money, they fight, and at the end of the day, they throw a party and say that they won, right? Just to show people that I shame on you, that sort of thing. So if this is more important, then that's not a commercial settlement for you, right? So I'm not going to go into all the criteria other than to say to you that what do you want to do? Do you want it to go public, or you want it to remain private and confidential, right? And how much money do you have? Do you have a deep pocket, or do you want to see whether you can resolve the dispute fairly quickly and cheaply as well? Now, master builders mediation is 5,000 ringgit per case, right? So if you're in the panel of master builders, whether you take 2 days or you take 1 month, it's still 5,000 ringgit, right? So earlier on, I mentioned to you, on this big case, it took about 3 months to resolve eventually at a 260 million settlement. Now, back to arbitration, this talk is about essential of arbitration. I'll take you through a bird's eye view of arbitration, the essential aspect of arbitration. You normally see this essential of arbitration award, but this one is essential of arbitration. First, you must look at it and say, look, do you have an arbitration agreement? If you don't, invariably, you will probably end up in court, right? But you have, then you find that most standard form of contract, because I've been told that I'm focusing on PAM 2018, this is the 2018 and 2006 form of contract, and in there contains that provisions for arbitration. And again, emphasis is private and confidential, right? So the parties expect you not to say anything. So many people wouldn't know what cases I've been involved with, who are the parties, and so on and so forth, and all that. And we're not supposed to talk about it. We can talk about it in a generic term, but not naming the parties per se, right? So, of course, the parties are there to agree on the arbitrators. If they can't agree, of course, the president appoints. I come on to that. But if there's no arbitration clause, doesn't mean that you can't arbitrate. Party can still agree to an arbitration if they want to do so or not, right? Because if they can't agree, then it's likely to end up in court. So you want to make sure that at the outset, if you're using a bespoke rather than standard form of contract, the bespoke contract to agree on the arbitration provision and where you want your arbitration to be, whether it's in Malaysia or in Singapore, the seat of the arbitration and the substantive law per se that is going to be applicable to it, right? So in respect of the Arbitration Act, Malaysia, we have got the Arbitration Act, right, 205, and the agreement is to be in writing, right? And the written arbitration agreement, you can do so before or after. Most of the time in standard form is already there. But doing it after is more difficult because once you have a dispute, parties are unlikely to agree to how they want to resolve their dispute. But in terms of agreement, you can have party exchanging of correspondence to say that, look, we are willing to go to arbitration in the light of it being of, what do you call it, in the light of it that we want to be private and confidential. We don't want to expose and wash our dirty linen up in the public, so to say, right? But otherwise, the arbitration provision in the clause are in standard forms. No specific form, contents, or requirements. But as long as you follow the requirements of the Arbitration Act, of course you need to be unambiguous and explicit. I won't go into the details, other than to say that these are the pertinent element in an arbitration clause per se, right? So parties agree to the clause. It forms part of the what they call the construction contract, and the only clause that survive after the parties terminate the contract is the arbitration clause, right? Okay, and of course you can say that it's the determination clause as well. If you have a determination for employment of the contractor of his own employment or by the employer per se, then clause 25 or clause 26 shall apply, right? Now, consultants also have their agreement with their employer, with their client, and you can see that if you look at the various consultants per se, they have got the dispute resolution as well, primarily focusing on only two. One, mediation, and the other one, arbitration, right? Okay, so most of the time it is not condition precedent, but there are some provisions that says that you must go through mediation before you go through arbitration. And CIDB, the earlier form, year 2000, they insist that you go through mediation before you go to arbitration, so to say. So, but otherwise, like in this particular instance, Board of Architects, it is not condition precedent per se. Then you have Board of Engineers, and of course, Board of Engineers also have settlement of dispute as well. And you can see that they also have their differences to be referred to arbitration, right? You have got the Board of QS, the three boards, again, mediation and also the arbitration, and of course their appointing body is KRCA, but of course now is AIAC. RISM is in the process of setting up its own panel. And I think eventually they will suggest that it will refer to the panel in the future. Now, in respect of construction contract, you can see that for reference to arbitrations, what are the matters of dispute that you can refer to arbitration? And I have, despite saying that we are going to talk about PAM 2018 only, you can see that the similarity there from PAM 98, 206 and 2018 against the other local form of contract, and also the NEC, the new engineering contract. Nothing new already because it's been there more than 20 years. It's now the 4th edition NEC, new engineering contract. Hong Kong is using it extensively, both the government sector and the private sector. And Singapore has just got hold of it. I've just been trained as a NEC professional by BK Serco in Singapore. And CIDB has adopted some of the key features under NEC form of contract. I will share with you afterwards. But you see that the various matters of dispute that you can refer to for arbitration. And in that provision, of course, you have mediation, you have expert determination. PAM is the only form of contract in Malaysia, as far as I know, that have expert determination provision in there. And the first batch of expert determiner has been trained, and I don't know whether any appointment yet or not, but that has been there, and you have got that expert determination rule. I leave Shanti to talk about that. Now, as I mentioned earlier, mediation is not a condition precedent, although it was in CIDB 2000, not in now the 2022. But in respect of adjudication, David has gone through that, so I don't want to repeat that. JKR has reference to officers as well, the SO. So you can see that JKR still have the reference to the SO first before you go to arbitration per se. And in terms of IEM, for those who are interested, you also have this mediation prior to arbitration, but not condition precedent. Now, the CIDB form of contract, I did not bring a copy here because I tried to restrict myself because it's a 45-minute talk only. So you can see where previously was a 3-tier or 3-stage dispute resolution provision. Now, CIDB, who has gone extensively on the roadshow, and I think one of your architect, A.R. Stephen, is very active. Stephen Tang is very active in that. So you now have a 4-tier with mediation now being optional, right? And interestingly, they provide now the parties the option to either submit to the court or arbitration, and by default, if you don't choose, then you have to go to arbitration. Now, very interesting provision because the court now is very efficient, and from experience, I can say that, and I'll talk to you afterwards on setting aside. It is very seldom you get setting aside in arbitration, right? Difficult, right? It's easier for you if you lose in high court, you go to court of appeal, right? But for arbitration, you find that it's quite difficult. But now the court is so efficient, so you might not want arbitration per se. So maybe the welcome change in the next PAM form of contract review and revision. I remember I was involved in the consultation in PAM 2018, in which my company and I recommended that you all should drop the NSC form of contract. No more NSC, but just designated or named subcontractor because of the various issues relating to it. Now, I'm not talking about it today. For those who are interested, I think my subcontracting talk is coming up, I think, following month. So you see that the reference to CIDB is there, and they talk about DRB, Dispute Resolution Board, right? Now, this is an in thing now, but it is not new, particularly in the TNB. TNB contract, they use substantially FIDIC, modified FIDIC. And I was asked to, by TNB, we are the consultant to TNB, I was asked by TNB to give a talk and says, look, we want to see what's the difference between FIDIC and PAM form of contract, because some of our building works we have been using FIDIC form of contract. In fact, they use FIDIC yellow book. I don't understand why, but they should be using red book, but they are using FIDIC yellow book. But notwithstanding, you know, they are interested in PAM form of contract as well, which I shared with them in one of the one-day talk with them. And in FIDIC, why I mentioned FIDIC is FIDIC used to be talking about DAB, Dispute Adjudication Board, the old FIDIC 1999 version. The later version, I think it's the 2017 version, they now have got the DAAB, Dispute Avoidance and Adjudication Board. So you can see that if you remember my earlier diagram, I show you about the escalation ladder. The industry now is moving towards avoidance of dispute, if you can, rather, or you want to use the word prevention of dispute, right? But we all know construction industry, you cannot have zero defects. And likewise, you cannot have zero dispute as well. But you can avoid and prevent them at the outset if you are willing to put your effort into it. Mediation, as I said, was a condition, now no longer a condition. So again, CIDB is now reactivating its mediation, and as I said earlier, is now working with MBM on its new mediation center in Putra Heights. Now, in respect of tribunal appointment, if parties cannot agree, then you find that they will have to rely on the president to appoint. And the appointment process, I don't want to go into it. It seems to be quite secretive as well, and I don't want to pretend I know. I do get appointment from PAM. I'm the only quantity surveyor involved in PAM, the non-architect. I think there's an engineer as well. That's about it. The rest all are architects. So I don't know how they are appointed, but we get our appointment and then we get on with the work, so to say. Likewise, other forms of contract, you find that they also get the precedent, or if you are using the AIAC form of contract. Now, the AIAC form of contract, when AIAC came out with their 2018 form of contract, it was substantially similar to PAM 206, right? In fact, some of the clauses by clauses, the same thing. And of course, the AIC form of contract is the only form of contract that incorporates some of the provisions under CIPA, although you don't need to, but that's the only form of contract that incorporates the provisions. The 2019 AIAC form of contract, I think after several complaints and some, I don't know whether it went to lawsuit or not, but the AIC then changed the form of contract to introduce the term contract administrator, and thereby allowing the architect the choice to be just a designer or get themselves involved in contract administration as well. So you can have a separate contract administrator who issues the certificate and so on and so forth and all that, and then the architect remains just as a role of the designer. So that's the 2019 CIDB form of contract. Of course, the Arbitration Act, in terms of the Bible for arbitration, as far as PAM is concerned, you can see mine sudah jadi kiam chai, you know. Right? I've got to refer to it. You know. One of the first things you do as an arbitrator, if you are appointed in the panel, is this is your Bible. Yep. Now you have a PAM 2019. Right? And we read it inside out. And likewise in PAM, I still remember the PAM 1969 form of contract, which is the mirror image of JCT 1963. Again, when I was in the college, when I was lecturing, it was like a kiam chai like that also. But this is the rules that the arbitrators and the parties have to follow. If they are following the institution rules under PAM or AIAC, they have their own rules, IEM, CIDB, and so on and so forth, and all that. They have their own rules as well. Now, the tribunal, of course, the arbitration, whether it's 1 or 3, depending on what the agreement says, they are supposed to conduct the proceeding fairly, justly, and they are using the word rules of natural justice. I won't go into detail, but in a nutshell, the arbitrator needs to be fair, and they cannot give one party more time than the other party, or cannot see one party privately like in mediation, but they have to see both parties together and to be open. And they can't even take calls. Right? Sometimes party want to call me, I say, you speak to my PA, only on emergency. You can tell me that, oh, tomorrow I'm sick, I cannot come tomorrow for the hearing, so I require it to be postponed, that sort of thing. And COVID, we had a lot of it, a lot of delays was there during the COVID time. But the arbitrator, or I call it arbitral tribunal, sometimes you have 3 arbitrators. I'm now involved in an arbitration where we have 3. In fact, this is my second one that with 3 arbitrators. This one is a bit more high profile because I've got 2 Court of Appeal judge retired with me. But in respect of powers, you can see that the powers of the arbitrators are quite wide, right? Quite wide. Well, I've been warned that I got not much time left already, so I need to speed up. So here you are, you know. Sometimes it's good to be a first speaker. But anyway, let me just speed it up. But you can see that these are the areas where the powers of the arbitrators concern. And also the award is final and binding unless it's challenged in court. So you can see that there as well. And this is a flow chart I've developed for this 218. I have 126 as well. I won't go into details, but I don't have the time. But you're welcome to have a copy of my slide if you want. You can use that to follow the various procedure. You know, I don't intend to take out the flow chart or go through the flow chart. But in terms of proceeding, the arbitrators after appointment will first start with a preliminary meeting and will then agree on the schedule or the proceeding schedule with the parties. And the parties then go on to submit whether it is statement of case or statement of claim. And of course, it then go on to the respondent submitting the statement of defense, and if there's any counterclaims, to submit a counterclaim, and likewise a reply, right? And then after that, if there's any extension or if there's any request for further and better particulars, right? And if you're under a pleading or statement of claim, then you have discovery stage as well, where documents needs to be inspected, needs to be disclosed, and so on and so forth. And the hearing whereby the parties, the claimant, present their witness, and the witness are cross-examined by the respondent, usually the counsel, and most of the time the lawyers involved, not necessarily so in arbitration. But of course, after the cross-examination and re-examination, parties then put in their written submission. Nowadays, you tend to have written submissions. And then if there's any clarification, or the arbitrator may open up the hearing again. And this is where many arbitrators are reluctant to do so. And if you do not have a good grasp of the dispute and the details and the facts, then you're going to have a problem. So one of the good things you have is on written submission, you then know where the parties are looking at, what the parties are looking at, and whether you need clarification or not. Of course, last but not least, of course, arbitration award, usually within 3 months to publish the awards to the parties. Costs of arbitration. Cost of arbitration. I've got 5 more slides. Am I allowed? Cost of arbitration. This is one of the presentation I've done in AIAC. I was asked to give a comparison on adjudication and arbitration. And you can see that adjudication fee and arbitration fees, how expensive is arbitration. But bear in mind, adjudication only deal with payment dispute, right? Arbitration deal with any dispute, right? So likewise, in adjudication, 45 working days for the adjudicator to decide. Arbitration, 3 months usually, unless extended by the parties, right, on request of the arbitrator. You then have got adjudication costs. Again, you can see that if you were to look at PAM, IEM, and AIAC, in terms of adjudication where the cost is, in terms of arbitration where the cost is, you can see that PAM is more mid-range per se. Right? But of course, this is done 5 years back already, so things need to be updated. And in respect of cost, previously when PAM had its arbitration rules and also IEM, they used to put the cost per hour there, then it was taken out. And the reason why it was taken out was because it is anti-competition. So you cannot put in your rates. Your rate must be competitive. So now the arbitrators are required to put in their rates and for agreement by the parties. But this is different. In AIC, they have a scale of fees, right, in AIC. Now, enforcement and setting aside, of course, all arbitrators are required to give reason award. That means the award must be reasoned, and unless the party doesn't want any reason for their award, right? So in terms of enforcement, the Act allows it to be enforced in the High Court so that you can then get out equivalent to a high court judgment per se, right? In adjudication is as if it is a high court judgment, but in arbitration it is equivalent to a high court judgment. So losing parties tends to want to challenge the award, and setting aside, there are various criteria in challenging the award, but very restricted, and it is also stated in the Arbitration Act in terms of these are the only areas where you can set aside the award. So, because of the time, in the construction industry, it is a cowboy industry, unlike manufacturing. So it's filled with risk, construction risks. And as a result of it, dispute, you can try to avoid, but you will still have differences, right? Just like you like to wear white, I like to wear green. That sort of thing. Do we have a dispute? The answer is no, but we have a difference. So do you fall out over a difference? The answer is, why do you want to do that? Well, if you have a dispute, sometimes the dispute at the outset can be very small, right? Or it just started with a difference, but then just because you can't agree, they then have a dispute. So a lot of time it is human related, right? Some of my arbitration, including one that went to the court, the issues was more of pengarah cannot get along with another pengarah, and of course the contractor gets sandwiched in between, and they went to a dispute, and of course they then try. Myself being an arbitrator, having issued my award, they also tried to set aside the award, but they were not successful in doing that. So you will have that issues, and thank goodness we will have ADR there to see how we can resolve them, right? I'm not here to talk about there's another way of resolving dispute where you use the taikor, you know, in Malaysia there's 4 kings. I'm sure you know about it or you heard about it. I was involved in, I think, 2 or 3 cases in that where they bring out the gun also. That one, I'm not going to talk about it. You want to talk about it or you want to know about it, come and talk to me or in a pub, right? Try not to get involved, right? So with that, I think I would want to conclude my talk. Right? Thank you very much.
Thank you to Surveyor Ong. Okay, without further ado, let's go to our last speaker and paper of the day, Ms. Shanti Supramaniam, with the presentation title, Expert Determination under PAM Contract. Shanti commenced her legal career in Singapore in 1999 and has appeared in all levels of the Malaysian and Singapore court system and ADR. She focused her practice in construction dispute resolution in 2005 and co-founded the boutique construction dispute resolution firm, Belden. Her experience include arbitration, adjudication, mediation, expert determination, and early neutral evaluation. She is also a certified adjudicator for payment dispute under the Malaysian Construction Industry Payment and Adjudication Act 2012. In 2018, Shanti ceased private practice to head the legal department of a property construction multinational corporation and is currently on a career break, having recently completed a master's in professional counseling at Monash University, Malaysia. Please welcome Ms. Shanti Supramaniam.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I'm very conscious that I'm the only one standing between you and an enjoyable Saturday afternoon. So I'm going to make this quick. Aim is to keep it 20 minutes or less, and then if you have questions, we can take those questions later. So I'm here to talk to you about expert determination. Some of you may have already heard it, some not. But as you know, you have something to be very proud of, which is in your PAM contract, you guys are the first one to actually build in a process, or rather an avenue for employer and contractor to go to expert determination to resolve their dispute. Not just arbitration, not just mediation available now, but also expert determination. So, what is it? Essentially, in an expert determination, the two parties are agreeing that we will allow a neutral and independent expert in the field to decide the dispute for us. So it's still a decision coming from a third party. It is not a consensual solution like mediation, right? But then there is less formality involved when you compare it to, say, arbitration or court proceedings. So one thing we must appreciate about expert determination, and the person who decides the dispute there is called an expert determiner, is quite different from an expert witness. Many of you may have already been an expert witness in a proceeding, dispute proceeding. It's quite different. When you're an expert witness, you are essentially testifying or providing your expert opinion in favor of one party or another. So you're being partisan, really, in that sense. But an expert determiner is really neutral. He's independent. I have also said there in my second line that you got to contrast it to an arbitrator and an adjudicator, because arbitrator and adjudicator are really what you call quasi-judicial roles. When you're acting in a judicial role, there are certain duties on you. The first thing, and you would have heard Mr. Ong mention earlier about natural justice. So you have something called being impartial, and you have something called ensuring that there is procedural fairness when you decide a matter. When you're an arbitrator or an adjudicator, you got to obey both these limbs of natural justice. You got to make sure you're impartial. You got to make sure there is procedural fairness when you administer the process. Procedural fairness means making sure both sides get the same attention from you, both sides get the same opportunity to present their case, etc., etc. When it comes to expert determination, you are required to be impartial. You must. However, the procedural fairness requirement is less strict, I would say. So, to a certain extent, it can be inquisitorial. You can ask questions. You can use your own knowledge because you're an expert in the field and they've come to you for that expertise. But you cannot, for your safety as an expert determiner, you should not go on a frolic of your own. So you've got this idea because of your expertise that this is how the matter should play out, but you should ensure that you get the parties' views in regarding that, and that way you've discharged your duties properly. So, what kind of issues would go to expert determination? Technical issues. So, if there's an engineering issue, specs issue, defects, BQ issue, expert determination is perfect for it. Yeah? And you can choose at the outset, of course, when you agree to send a thing to a dispute to expert determination, whether you want it to be temporarily binding. That means you want it to bind parties until you get to arbitration, or you want it to be permanently binding. So if ever you go to arbitration on the rest of the dispute, the arbitrator has to follow the expert determiner's decision on that issue. Okay? All right, so why? Why would you choose expert determination? Quicker, cheaper, less procedural, more flexibility, and you know, for professionals like yourselves and also the parties that you deal with, your clients, your contractors, I think getting a decision from a technical expert, someone in their field, is a lot more palatable to them. So that's one big attraction for expert determination. I've also said horses for courses, meaning to say there are many ways that you can use expert determination, right? You can use it before you get to arbitration. You can use it when you're in the middle of a dispute resolution to just get a resolution on this technical issue and then have that used in your larger arbitration. Or sometimes people may even use it right at the end as the final, we'll agree to just be bound by an expert determiner's decision. So there's a lot of flexibility there in how you use it. And it could potentially filter out some of the technical issues, take it out of your other dispute resolution. And of course, there's flexibility for you to turn it into a multi-party resolution. Okay, so that's clause 35 of your PAM contract 2018. Because of time, I'm not going to go into it, right? But I think the key message there is here in 4 bullet points. First of all, you need a written agreement if you want to go for expert determination. There are 2 ways you could do it. You could do it right at the outset, before any dispute has happened. You agree that if we have an engineering issue, this is the expert we will choose. Or if we have a quantity issue, this is the QS we'll go to. You could do that. Alternatively, when the dispute has arisen and you've reached an impasse, you can then come to an agreement on referring to expert determination, right? So, because the clause says at any time. Now, another thing to remember is expert determination is not a condition precedent for the parties to go to adjudication or arbitration. So it's not a necessary precondition step, okay? So concurrency, that means 2 or more ADR processes could happen, but parties really need to think through the wisdom of doing that for cost reasons, etc., etc. Okay, so very quickly, I want to come to this. You have had expert determination, because it was introduced into your contract in 2018, you've had expert determination rules since 2019. I think it's an internal circulation thing at the moment, but it is undergoing revisions right now as we speak. So the aspirations as we go forward will be these getting to a quicker commencement of expert determination process within 2 to 4 weeks, right? Currently, I think before you get to commencement, I think it could take up to about, I forget exactly, could be 40 days or 56 days. So there's a concerted effort to try to shorten that period. I think one aspiration of PAM is also to get to a shorter timeline to conclude expert determination proceedings, and the time frame that is being thought about, contemplated, is within 2 months of parties paying the deposits for expert determination. There's also an intention to provide the expert determiner more flexibility in setting the procedures for post-commencement. That means once expert determination has started and the expert determiner is in the driver's seat, he has a little bit more flexibility to say what kind of documents he wants, what time frame, etc., etc. Okay? And also, I think there's an intention to build in something like a consultation process with parties when fixing timetables, because right now the entire discretion is in the expert determiner's hands solely. Of course, also, I think we are looking at restructuring the conflict of interest provisions. Also looking at giving the expert determiner enough powers, but then those powers are not unfettered in that sense. So inquisitorial is fine, but then the information must be put before him or her in the expert determination. He may invite it. This is for the safety of the expert determiner as well. Okay? Now, whether the decision or the expert determination, the decision of the expert determiner is to include reasons, that's another thing that PAM is considering. And I would just ask you to keep watching the space. You will definitely be hearing more about the expert determination rules, and I think there will be more engagement sessions as well on that. So with that, I conclude the chapter on expert determination, and then I believe there's a Q&A, and I'll leave that to the Q&A. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry. Really sorry. Just one last slide, if I may. One last slide. I forgot about this one. So if I could just outline the process in case you're interested in it, in what the expert determination process is like. I've not drawn you a flow chart because, as I said, the situation is fluid at the moment. Things are evolving. But essentially what you will have is you'll have a written agreement for expert determination, and then there will be an exchange of two documents, a request and a reply that will outline what the issues are for the expert determiner, whoever you go and approach to become the expert determiner, for that person to know, these are the issues, right? And then if you cannot agree on an expert determiner, there will be a nomination. You can write to the PAM president for a nomination. PAM president will nominate, and then you must reach two agreements with the expert determiner. You got to agree on his fees, that's your terms of engagement, and you've got to agree on the issue that he's supposed to decide, and that's the terms of reference. Yeah? So that's it. This is the real thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Ms. Shanti Supramaniam. Before we go to the Q&A session, we'll have a quick certificate presentation to two of our ADR committee members. So we'd like to invite Architect Dato Zulhairi on the stage and to present the certificate to our committee member, Architect Chong Pui Jin and Architect Chu Heng Huat. Thank you, Dato. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now open the floor for the Q&A session. We would like to invite the speakers on the stage. We'll begin our Q&A session. We'll now open the floor for question and answer.
Okay, my question. PAM 2018, the expert determination clause was actually borrowed from another Commonwealth country. that form, though, for expert determination, expert determination was purely for technical issues. Would a PAM form be better served if that was the case, or should it be all-encompassing?
So if you look at the PAM expert determination rules, there are provisions that make it known that you should be using these for technical disputes. And I think you got to stick with that. Otherwise, what happened to adjudication is going to happen to expert determination as well. And your EDs, your determiners, are going to get mired in all the legal issues, jurisdictional issues, etc., etc.
So a restriction to technical issues, which is explicit in the contract form, would be the best way forward.
That's right, yes. So what Mr. Ong was asking is, would technical also include financial? I think it would have to, because it's so tied together that it will be very difficult. Everything boils down to a money issue. Yeah.
You don't mind me adding? I see expert determination is going to be a very sought after ADR, because if you look at SIPA now, it takes about 5 months, right? Now, expert determination can take any time, 1 month, 2 weeks, 5 months, or more. That depends on the issues of dispute. And why am I so upbeat about expert determination is this. For example, if you take a case of a payment dispute, an interim payment claim, the contractor says, look, you consultants, you have under-certified me. And the consultants say, no, you have overclaim and all that. And then you refer to an expert determiner. And if it's an interim payment issue, you can resolve it within a month and then move on with the project, right? So I see a lot of potential in this. And in fact, RISM also looking at it. And that's why RSM is collaborating with PAM to see how we can work together and jointly on all these ADR issues.
Yeah, I have a question for Shanti. Can you tell us about the acceptance of expert determination in other Asian countries? Yeah. For example, Hong Kong, Singapore, Thailand. Yeah, thanks.
So expert determination is not a new thing. It's been around for a long time, actually. So places like Singapore, Hong Kong, definitely Australia, I add that because of the Asia-Pacific region, they have had expert determination forums and rules for easily the past 10 years or more now. They have. So we are kind of the new kids on the block now. So yeah, it's been around, and you have international rules as well that you can use for your disputes, like from the Academy of Experts. They've had expert determination rules for a long time. I think the trick is in understanding what are your issues, what level of finality do you want on that issue, and that will really determine the kind of rules that you would use, who you would pick, and at what point you will engage this process.
How expert is an expert? Meaning, how expert can be considered an expert? As far as I know, it is up to the court prerogative to accept the expertise. And we open the floodgate for anybody also call himself an expert, claim to be an expert. So it is subject to challenge the expertise of the expert.
I think for PAM's expert determination process, there will definitely be a qualification process and qualification criteria. But of course, the fields of expertise are only widening as we get into subspecialties and subspecialties. It's not reducing, it's increasing. I question whether any committee that is sitting and deciding on the qualification of a particular expert, they themselves know enough of certain areas of expertise to sit in judgment of that. But all that's very philosophical lah. I think to answer your question, within PAM's ecosystem, there will be qualification criteria that they will be screening the candidates through.
I just want to add, that's a very good question, because recently we have a matter, and contract provision, because as I said, PAM is the only one that has got the expert determination provision. There's this bespoke contract, and they say to the effect that if parties have dispute on the variation issue and so on and so forth, parties may refer to IQSC, Independent Quantity Surveyor Consultant, right? So then, of course, the party went on to a frolic of, what rules shall we follow, what shall we do, and so on and so forth. And this is where, Amanero came in and said, look, we have here expert determination rules, and of course there is suggestion that they use the Academy of Expert rules, right? But ultimately is, of course, when it boils down to the individual, then the parties start questioning. And quite interestingly, that one of the party thinks that the expert determiner is the company. So he says that, oh, this company is quite reputable, so they are expert in this, so they should be the one that is appointed. I said, no, you don't appoint the company as the expert. You appoint the individual expert. I want to know who in that company will be dealing with this. That particular individual, is he an expert or not? And when we go into the CV and all that, then we'll then see whether the person has got that first knowledge, qualification, experience, right? Relevant experience to deal with the issue or not, right? And I don't mind saying to you that even they are partners of the company, some of them are not suitable or not qualified or not appropriate for that particular matter. So eventually, both parties ended up with disagreeing on the expert. So they had to go and find somebody else in the industry and to be called for an expert. And of course, the other issue is this. They have to be independent. They have to show that they are not in conflict. So for this matter, the QS was consulted by the client before, and this other contractor was their client before, so they were kicked out, and so on and so forth and all that. So there are other criteria other than that. But in the industry now, there's a big issue on the expert, right? And I don't mind saying to you, I'm appointed by the court as a court expert for quantum and also in arbitration. One of the issues that's coming up, and I'm sharing with, I know primarily many of you are here, architects, but AR, SR, IR are all under the board. And the board governs the tasks you can do, the responsibility that you can do, no one else, right? So of late, you now have expert claiming themselves delay expert for that matter, or quantum expert for that matter. And I have personally taken up the matter to the board as well. Apparently, and Shanti, you can correct me if I'm wrong, the expert will be in the eyes of the tribunal or the court, right? Once it's been subjected to cross-examine and all that, it is up to the judge or the tribunal to determine whether that particular person is indeed an expert, appropriate for the matter, or otherwise, right? So this is now a problem. So you may have, I don't know whether the architects, you have this problem or not, whether people say that, oh, I'm testifying on architecture and all that, but he's not in the board at all. And Malaysia is unique because we have board governing our profession. And lately there is project managers as well under CIDB, because CIDB, the argument was everyone else is governed, but the project manager who is above us is not governed by any board or anyone. So this is another challenge. So in the court now, this is a real issue, because in arbitration in court, there are now challenge as to whether the person is indeed an expert or not. And there are some, with due respect, I think MACC is after them as well.
Yeah.
I would like to share that this expert determination, it will open a floodgate like the expert witnesses. Expert witness, a lot of people had already opened up a firm to call themselves as an expert, that they start like entrepreneurs, to give consultation to the people, the public and lawyers, and claim themselves as expert witness and charge hefty sum of bills and appear before the arbitrator, provide expert witness reports, and yet they are not being regulated because the court had set some precedents accepting this type of evidence tendered without proper regulation. So if in the event of construction industry, we expect any expert calling themselves expert, they should be governed by the relevant acts such as Engineer Registration Act, Architect Acts, or Quantity Surveys Acts, where inside the acts are very clear, spell out that, such as Engineer Acts, that you cannot produce any report related to construction or build-out industry. If you are, then you automatically fall under the Engineer Acts. You are misleading the public. You are misrepresenting the public. Just like the architect, you cannot call yourself an expert or more expert than the architect when you are not regulated by the board. You are not a member of the board, because you are representing, misrepresenting something, and you violated the Architect Act. Therefore, you are impersonating as an architect, saying that you're better than the architect. And you should be testified or should be imposed a penalty under the Penal Code for impersonating, wrongfully misrepresenting the public. Therefore, the role of the boards must play a role. There are acts in our country. There are plenty of acts, like accountant. You cannot call yourself an accountant. Like you tender evidence on calculation, for instance. So these are the important things that I hope this is my personal experience. I met people without experience, without properly qualified, and calling themselves expert witness, and go around the place, go around the town, telling people that they can give this sort of business or service or consultancy to the public. And who are using them? Lawyers are using them. And they produce all sorts of expert reports and claiming big hefty sum of bill.
Okay, so we'll leave that as a comment to the...
Thanks. I hope, Mr. Ong, maybe you can comment further. Thanks.
Okay, I just want to share with you. You're right, because what I've done is that in one of the adjudication, of course I can't tell you the parties. I was before another expert, and the other expert is actually not full-fledged SR, but probationer QS. And under the Act, they are not supposed to provide that sort of report. And during the adjudication, it was challenged. And the adjudicator, who is a very senior lawyer and acted as an adjudicator, says that, I said, look, your probationer can't act and all that. Then it was said that, who are you to tell me what I can do or what I can't do? You know, I'm the one deciding, you are not deciding. So I said, if I can provide you with evidence and what the board position is in respect of whether the person can act or not, would that be good enough? And I said, you know, and he says, well, if you can produce it. And anyway, cut a long story short, we did produce it. And the upshot of it was that the adjudicator said to the other party and says, look, before Mr. Ong gives us any more problem, maybe you should appoint one that is proper SR and not probationer, right? So there are these things going on, but I understand the court don't see it that way. If you remember the Pontiff case, the murder case, they got the expert from Thailand, right, on this autopsy, right? He's not really registered under the medical association in Malaysia. So I understand that the act is different in terms of Evidence Act. I'm not a lawyer, but Arbitration Evidence Act doesn't apply. Evidence Act is only a guide, right? But I understand from a lawyer who I was discussing, he says that as far as the court and the tribunal is concerned, it's up to the judge or the arbitrator or the adjudicator to decide whether that person is fit to be an expert or not. Because it's just an expert opinion, right? I've got expert appearing before me in arbitration. Some of them, the opinion is so terrible that I just say that I don't give any weight to that expert evidence. That's it.
Okay, I think we are way behind time, so we will end the Q&A session here.